the duration lasts from 12 up to 96 months, and the average figure here is 59 or 60 months. It's a long duration. In all countries of Europe except for one, there are state-supported educational programs for C&A psychiatry, and the system of training provides for diversity, just like in the US, and you can choose several models. Here I speak about three main models, but I don't want to speak about all of them in details and tell you about their content. So I would like to move on to the summary, and before we speak about what happens in Russia. In the majority countries of Europe and America, despite the fact that C&A psychiatry has different status and the training and education has its own features, but in the majority of countries, it's a separate profession and it is separate and independent. It requires at least a 2-year long special training after the general education. Mostly it is general psychiatry. So we can see that the demand for C&A psychiatry based on the data from educational programs is high. That is a testimony to the fact that it is important and we have something to strive for. We don't have to copy what happens abroad. We can build our own path. Nevertheless, we can take the experience and lessons from the European experience. I would like to say that mental disorders among children and teenagers in Russia is a relevant topic. Here you can see the data from 1995 until 2015. So over the course of 20 years, the incidence of mental disorders among children from 0 to 14 years old has increased by 7.6%. If you take other sources of information, again, this is the information for the period from 1991 till 2015, and it's shown here that the number of children with disabilities due to mental pathologies in Russia increased by 50%, and that is a problem related to the general psychiatry in Russia. But have a look what happens in child and teenage psychiatry. You can see that the growth among the children with diagnosed disabilities is well shown for acoustic spectrum disorders from 4.4 in 2015 until 8.36 cases for 10,000 population in 2018. This information, based on that, we can see that the problems gain more and more attention from by society. Speaking about the availability of specialists and C&A psychiatry, unfortunately, the data is quite sad here. So, according to Kazakovtsev, it's the number of psychiatric hospital beds for children and in Russia is the deficit and the decrease in number of highly qualified medical experts. About the necessity to resolve the problem, they speak about its social importance and interdisciplinary approach of the majority of psychiatric problems in childish and teenage age. So specific features and problems of child psychiatry are so that it is necessary to position this kind of psychiatry as a separate profession or specialty. According to some of the authors of research, it's more difficult in terms of diagnosis, it's less stable. It means that there are a lot of dynamic factors when you speak about child and adolescent psychiatry. What is meant here? Ontogenesis, within the framework of which the development of mental disorder happens and they overlap. Mental disorders in child and teenage age can be characterized by atopical picture of the disease. Plus, it is related to ontogenetic foundation of all the disorders taken together. So provision of treatment to children and teenagers becomes more important, and there are more and more mistakes related to treatment and diagnostics. The majority of them happen due to a number of reasons, and there are some mental disorders that lead to it, like autistic spectrum disorders. I have already touched upon this issue in my presentation. In addition to that, there's a problem to create a therapeutic alliance within the framework of which you can provide treatment, and psychiatrists have to organize such double alliances, not only within the framework of clinical practice, but also it is set by the government. So they have to talk to the children, parents, carers, and so on. You have to take family, not only for family therapy, but also to have clinical diagnostics and to make diagnosis at different levels. And the family is seen as a separate social system, which is important to remember. And it's a specific feature that you have to remember. This is what
Very specific, I would say, opinion about child psychiatry. There is only one section dedicated to child psychiatry, which is called neurodevelopmental disorders, which are called disorders specific for child and adolescent age. Actually, there is no such definition included in the ICD those days. There is no child or adolescence definition here. And now we see the concept of life cycle approach integrating child and adolescent period. So it is now included child and adolescent. Everything related to my study is presented here at this slide. Following the official website of Ministry of Healthcare of Russia, out of 3 specialized scientific institutions and 51 higher educational institutions, so in total we have 54. So out of those 54, only 18 of those can somehow provide educational services in the field of child psychiatry. And we're talking about erratic, I would say. That's very disbalanced. And well, that's the only conclusion we can make. Wouldn't be able to describe it better. That's an extremely disbalanced, unbalanced distribution of services. We have only one department of child psychiatry and psychotherapy for the whole country. That is one that exists within the structure of Russian Medical Academy of Lifelong Medical Education. My colleagues are well aware of that. That is the only one that is offering such specialized educational service. All the accredited Russian higher educational institutions all together only offer 40 educational programs for in the field of child psychiatry, which actually invite people 1 or 2 times per year. Some of them last dozens of hours, some of them are liquidation of child psychiatry specialization that was legally fixed in 1995. I'm not going to go into history here, but what happened in Russia, in Soviet Union, in Russia, sorry, actually was a very serious event because we lost every educational support in this area. Any reforms of higher educational institution in the regard of child and adolescent psychiatry are welcome. We strongly need them and we have to start from the legislative foundation. And that is needed for everyone, for higher officials, and the effort is needed from everyone, from higher level officials, from local level specialists. And the state will be urged to provide special resources. When it comes to ICD 11, well, it's coming. We will start working with it in Russia since next year. And I told you about the negative features of that one because there is not much specifics about child psychiatry in ICD 11. There is this life cycle approach child and adolescent psychiatry care. Paradoxically, this new version of ICD does not help to restore child psychiatry as a specialized program. That's all from me.
Speaking amongst such honored and such distinct. Okay. Just wanted to talk briefly, and it is only a brief talk, about some research that I've done with colleagues from the British Medical Association and from many countries around the world about the welfare of medical students, which is a source of significant concern. For a bit of context, I mean, clearly the last couple of years have made us realise more than ever that we need medical services, and that seems to be an awareness that is much, much more would be important. So studying, as these obviously, housing, finances, and relationships. I've made a mistake on the slide, I can just see. So as I mentioned, we found that substance misuse varied significantly with high alcohol levels of alcohol problems reported in Wales, Russia. I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues. I will leave it there.
Martin, you're on mute. Yeah.
Владимир Иванович, микрофон, Владимир Иванович.
Mr. Borodin, please unmute yourself.
Так, меня слышно?
All right, I hope that you can hear me now. Yes, we can hear you now. It's
Ну
fine.
что ж,
All right.
казалось бы, я все включил. Прошу
I
прощения.
thought that
Я
I
хотел
switched it on.
поблагодарить,
I just want to
Володинского
thank
за хорошее выступление.
Dr.
Э,
Molodinsky for highly interesting presentation. The data you have shared with us will be very interesting for our colleagues. They can explore them and take them into account when they develop recommendations, guidelines, and hopefully reforms that will take place in Russian C&A psychiatry. Right now, I would like to introduce the next speaker, and I would like to hand over to Piotr Respect this person, MD, Secretary General of the World Psychiatric Association, Vice President of the Russian Society of Psychiatrists, Professor of the Department of Psychiatry of the Pirogov Russian National Research Medical University, Editor-in-Chief of the newspaper Diary of a Psychiatrist, Russia, and a number of other professional journals. So I took him. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you, co-chairs. It's a pleasure, and it's a big country and well-developed one. Here you can see resources of specialists for 100,000 people. So in Russia, in Ukraine, we have about 9 or 10 psychiatrists per 100,000 population. In other countries, it's higher, it's about 20. As for other indicators, they're not high enough, especially when we speak. That is the research that we conducted, the number of psychiatrists working in far away from what they have in Holland, but the situation in Belarus is a little 0.5. It's like a catastrophe, and it's a disaster, and the country is not well supplied with psychiatrists. Why do we have this kind of crisis? There are once again, only 4 places occupied by published by a group of experts. They had the selection of more than 1,000 professors of medical departments in 15 academical centers in Great Britain, Europe, and Asia. They had the division into different stages of career, and the number of the answers was 65%. They found out that 90% of respondents believe that psychiatry is I started an internet project called Psycheia, And first, it was like a newspaper, so it was paper-based, video blog, I would say. So there are video clips that last for 15 or a year where I cover the main problems of psychiatry, and I try to have a direct dialogue with the young generation or that promoted mnemotechniques when you find some associations and relations between different areas that creates better interest for the topic. This kind of an internal ear, internal sight, the difference between pseudo hallucinations and real hallucination. You know, there's a dialogue. My father, methinks I repeat, and that is
And those very bright ideas that have now been proven in America, we shall demonstrate them and use them as well an incentive. Mm, just to launch such institutions as Eastern Europe Academy, also Suzdal School of Academician Psychiatrists. Uh, that is the picture of graduates of the academy. The academy has been there for 6 to 7 years. These bright people were there from 7 countries, all of them bilinguals. Of that. Together with them, we participated in, and they were visited all the seminars, all the foreign sessions, just to make some very specific, overviews. As for example, let me give an example of the topic, modern ways to treat.
Вот теперь она есть. Ага. Теперь она.
Now we do have it, so please
Спасибо
proceed.
большое. Добрый день еще раз.
Thank you. Hello once again.
Всех приветствовать. Ну, мой доклад сегодня будет посвящен
My
симуляционно-тренинговому
presentation today is dedicated to simulation and training education being an important part of education of healthcare specialists. Simulational training or imitational training in medical education. What is that? In the modern world, that is like a practical way to educate and evaluate, assess medical staff. Thanks to that simulational training, one can work on their skills and automatize them. It is also very good equipment to practice the behavior, to make it automatic and also to behave in a case of emergency. These days, simulation technologies and the education in simulational environment are very actively introduced to perfect some manual skills and habits by practicing clinicists already. It is also widely used to accredit future specialists without any real risk to future patients. This day, these days, simulation education is becoming an important component of an acting clinicist preparation. Since 1st of January 2017 is now part of accreditation for specialists for evaluation of practical skills. It used to be only for pharmaceutical and dentistry faculties, but starting from 2017 and till today, all the medical specializations also have to undergo that simulation education. What is the main goal of this simulation? Just to learn and perfect practical skills and habits, that skills that you will need in your clinical practice. All of that should be done following the educational standard. What are the advantages of simulation training? First, a future doctor obtains clinical experience in simulation environment without any real risk for the patient. Also, there is an objective way to assess their abilities, meaning that there are checklists that are used to assess, to evaluate the actions of a future doctor or present doctor. The simulation environment gives you an unlimited number of attempts, so you can keep perfecting your skill until you actually become a master. Convenient time. It doesn't depend on actually the present of a patient. What is also important is that you can practice some very rare pathologies. You can practice the way you act when you see some very rare pathologies, for example, the ones that you've never seen in your previous clinical practice. You can prepare for that encounter and you can automate a certain algorithm that you will use when you finally meet that. It's very convenient that that part of a teacher's function is handled by a virtual. It is also very convenient for teamwork development.
По данному направлению в нашем центре были начаты в
We
2014 году.
started working with simulation equipment at our center in 2014. That is how our simulation center used to look like. The center is comprised of several sites. We have several areas. Some of them are mannequins and phantoms. That's another one, child surgery and traumatology. And we have other equipment that makes it possible to train other clinical situations. That's an intensive care room, a simulation intensive care, where we can also, well, kind of replay some clinical emergency situations. A bit later, I'm going to tell you the way we discuss everything that happened later. And a separate room, that's the reanimation of newborns. So that's an intensive care for the. These days, the simulation part is a very important and obligatory piece of our curriculum for many specializations. It's also an intrinsic part of vocational training of the doctors that are already practicing. Since 2014, our simulation center has become a platform for an international cooperation following the decision of the President of Russian Federation or the government of Russian Federation. We're now open for providing training to our colleagues from other countries, from the former Soviet Union and the CIS, as well as Middle Asia. Also, at our center, we offer vocational training for professors and doctors, various specializations. There is also an opportunity to obtain the initial accreditation for doctors. And of course, every doctor practicing at our center is undergoing that.
What was correct? What was wrong? What the teachers would do if they were in a situation like that. So they analyze various clinical protocols and they come to conclusions. Since 2019, our simulation center was included in the list of specially accredited platforms. And in 2021, we are planning to open additional platforms for other specialties, neurology and organization of healthcare and public health. Currently, it is a mandatory stage for medical students to pass our training before they can become actually doctors. So the postgraduates focusing on pediatry and teachers that develop their professional level are accredited by us. If you speak about the process of accreditation, then stage one, there's a test. When the test is successfully passed, on stage two, they deal with clinical tasks, they resolve clinical tasks, and they improve their skills with the help of simulations. The clinical skills can be different depending on specialties. So for pediatric skills in the form of simulations. It's good that they can repeat simulations as many times as possible to support their professional level. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Vladislav, Mr. Rozanov. We also have our accreditation center in our facilities, so we do not have such diverse simulation technologies, especially when it comes to children. We don't have anything like that. But it's great that you have a lot of dummies and robots that look like children. And I believe that psychiatry and pediatrics should come together. So we see that we have something to do in the future. And the next presentation will be by Professor Vsevolod Rozanov, MD, Department of Health Psychology and Abnormal Behavior at CU, that I chose the quotation by Hans Trotzen that the mental health is like a bomb. And we can hear a lot of emotional statements like that, referring to the threat of mental disorders. But in order to see a better real picture, we need a corresponding scientific base. Namely, with the help of standardized instruments and using criteria that haven't changed over the last 10, 20, or 30 years, we can assess what happens to children. At the same time, I need to tell you that psychiatric epidemiology developed only in 1980s of the 20th century. So what makes me worry and what people write about, this is not the heavy and severe mental diseases and like bipolar disease, for example, and other severe diseases that account for 1 or 2%, but other mental disorders like anxiety, depression, behavior disorder, and sometimes it can transform into a disease. Well, I'd like to tell you a few words about sources of information. When we collected the information, we understood that starting from the end of the 1980s, a lot of research was performed around the globe, mostly in Great Britain, Australia, Canada, and US. So in English-speaking countries, and they found out that there was a negative trend. By the end of 1990s, the number of symptoms among children and teenagers increased. Anxiety, feeling of depression, hyperactivity, aggression, suicidal behavior, and so on. Well, the results of research can be different, and there was a big research made in 1999, and it says that only hyperactivity increases significantly, but other symptoms have no big changes. But later on, other works were published where it is demonstrated that the number, especially among girls. It's interesting that such a researcher as John Twenge from the US wrote that if you use such an instrument as MMPI, which was developed a long time ago, and it has not changed. So over the course of 70 years, among the population of children and teenagers, the scores for all clinical scales increased for depression, anxiety, psychopathy, and so on. We can definitely see some negative trends. If you take the most recent articles and works, just before this presentation, I found out the article from the US where they say that from 2018 to 2017, the level of boredness increased very much. And then they checked the information about Sweden among 9-year-olds. The
Повторяется, но
anxiety has increased, and among 15 years old, the depression has increased, especially among girls. This is the polymorphic kind of a picture, but still we can see some negative trends. Vladimir Ivanovich already spoke about the incidence of mental disorders in Russia. I do not have a lot of data about it, but I found some sources of information related to the data of how often people come to the hospitals and doctors because of mental diseases. And the picture is different. It means that we do not have enough research based on the principle of psychiatric epidemiology. When there's a group of researchers, they have standardized questionnaires on their hands. They go to community methods to communicate with people, to collect their answers, and then they draw conclusions to find out what happened. We do not have an image about these dynamics. We don't have enough research. In the um, are the doctors ready to diagnose children? We spoke about the crime and Freud, but now we have more and more symptoms like that. And perhaps the readiness of teenagers to answer questions like that increase. There are more and more people doing research like that. And the very last hypothesis, is it really something happening with the evolution of people, and maybe the young generation is really different from what we had 30 or 50 years ago? So my presentation today cannot give answers to all of the above mentioned questions. It simply states more
вот в этом
questions, but today I just wanted to summarize some of the ideas, and here you can see some of the results. So if you analyze the picture and if you compare it with other indirect
проблема.
data about the number of problems with law enforcement bodies, how often people make applications to psychiatric services, how often doctors prescribe medicine. You can check the statistics related to suicides. Then on the basis of that, you can have an overall picture, and perhaps it's a proof that there is a real growing problem of mental disorders among children and teenagers over the last 10 years or over the last 30 years from 1990s until today. Of course, there's some backlog, and the research is usually of 5 years, so it takes time to collect the data and analyze it. But what hypothesis can explain the trends? The reasons can be regarded at the level of global changes. This is what I call an evolutionary approach to people. Then at the level of macrosocium, society, community, politics, culture, education, at the level of
Личности или вообще
microsocium, like family, teenage groups, press, but we talked about it in other halls, but maybe we can repeat
различные
some of the problems. And so there are different levels of impact, and you can see that behavior and biology interact, and they create either health and well-being or a disorder. One of the first hypotheses, which is voiced often, and I believe that it's quite possible. So the main reason is the global psychosocial
это стресс.
stress that teenagers feel, older people feel it, but it has a big impact on
Неравенство.
teenagers too. But it is caused by social inequity. It existed all the time
Ну,
in the world. Of course, it has always been there, but we have to admit that despite all the negative aspects of the socialist state, the level of yeah, inequity was not so high. Um, we used to say that in the capitalistic world, the lifestyle was completely different for people from different social groups, and now we have the same. So you compare what they have with what other children have, and of course it is influenced by mass media and social media. There was a book published some time ago. It created a lot of fuss in Great Britain. The authors were criticized for choosing countries like that, but they showed that the problems with health are not related to the level of income. Poor and rich countries have same problems, but have a look at the rights and different levels of income. So here you can see that mental disorders, use of substances are widely represented in countries with high level of inequity.
We're living in the change of paradigms. We see these two global paradigms, right? We can call it this transition. We can call it a transition. There is this transition from like the marriage paradigm to the sexual satisfaction paradigm. That's a very important one that we shouldn't be forgetting. And there is another switch from the paradigm of resilience and overcoming to the paradigm of a victim. If you carefully read all the literature that's now being published from all the psychiatric magazines, you will find out that these two paradigms and the changes in these two paradigms and the studies in these areas really influence the way adolescents think and behave and the way that influences their psychiatric health. A family crisis, well, obviously that is very influential as well. I am not giving you any data here, but well, I'm sure you're aware of the number of families comprised of only one parent, right? There is this growing number of single parenting families, and the traditional family image is now under attack. And they're trying to promote that idea of the union of two living human beings, not the union of man and a woman. That is another disruption that influences the minds of young people. Cultural disruption is also very influencing here. The older generation is still trying to influence these young generations that are completely different. Couple of interesting ideas that had to do with something that happened in 2006, 2007. Professor Clench, that I quoted already before, he noted that starting from 2006, American teenagers stopped worrying about getting a driver license. In the United States, 16 years old, that's a perfect age. That's the exact age of when one can get a driving license. But then something happened, and the American teenagers are no longer interested in getting a driver license. They prefer sitting at the back seat, just looking at their iPhones. That's one idea. The next idea, as soon as we got more iPhones, the feeling of loneliness has spiked up, spiraled up immediately. Also, sleep disturbances, that's not a consequence of smartphone appearance in our lives. There is less tendency to go out on a date. I'm sure you know cyber relationships, sometimes even cyber sex, can be quite a real substitution to the real relationships, the one that we were used to in the old world. I am mostly interested in so-called adaptational evolutional approach. Of course, a human being is a social animal, and this changing environment for a social animal is crucially important. That makes us very stressed, and that makes us change and correct our behavior and somehow manage our emotions. If we look at what is happening through this lens, I would like to remember the quote by Sergei Kapitsa, son of Pyotr Kapitsa, Nobel Prize laureate, the one that was actually very famous. Probably you don't know that much, but he wrote a lot about tightening of time. He wrote, that the ancient world lasted for 3,000 years, Middle Ages 1,000 years, the new times 3,000 years, the newest history is only 1,000 years. There is no way to compress it even more. There is one limit here, the life of a human being, and people do not have time to adapt. So at this life pace, unfortunately, stress is becoming something chronic. We see how ideologies and morals and these moral values are suffering because those are the easiest to be destroyed. They have been built there for ages and now they do not have enough time to be consolidated. I believe these thoughts by Mr. Kapitsa are very, very important. If we closely analyze the way the behavior changes, of course, we'll understand that that depends on genotype and on the environment equally. Recently, there is a lot of conversations about genetic changes. Under the influence of stress, the genes themselves are not changing, but the expression of those genes is changing, and that is reaction is a very important organ, a very important instrument that is also playing a role in the psychological and psychiatric disorders as well. Please have a look at this distribution of, the span of mental health. I believe that's not and could, which means that, well, we have to put a lot of effort here, more effort. We have to prepare more psychologists, child psychiatrists, adolescent psychiatrists. Piotr Viktorovich just said that there is a lack of popular profession for psychiatrists, and well, but this psychiatrist profession is very popular among psychologists. All of them would like to be psychiatrists, I believe. What we have to do is to raise the awareness of the population in total about what psychiatric health is about, and just to improve and increase that measures to strengthen the psychiatric health of the population, which is actually also closely related to the safety of our well-being. Thank you very much. That was all from me. Thank you very much, Vsevolod Anatolievich. We really don't have any more time, but I still invite my colleague, Mark Hermans, here for a very brief conclusion of what we had here today. Mark, please.
Oh, thank you very much, and I'll indeed keep it short. First of all, I want to thank translators who helped me to understand what has been said. And I also thank all of the speakers because, to be honest, for me, it was most interesting to take part in this symposium. It has given us a broad overview and indeed has made clear a lot of work ahead in a changing world, changing on different levels, on the level of training, in the theoretical field, in the practicing, undergoing a global psychosocial stress that is definitely increasing. But we also hear some positive messages about how to proceed, how to address things, how to implement new technologies. And I would invite all of you, please, let's continue to meet and to speak with one another, because perhaps, and this is something not really, I'm speaking as a therapist, I'm speaking as a grandfather, I'm speaking as an old man. I think we psychiatrists, especially child and adolescent interested psychiatrists, I think we have a moral task in this world, and we should think about that and how to address it. So thanks again, colleagues. Many thanks for your very valuable contributions. And I hand over to my co-chair, Professor Brun, please.
Спасибо, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Well, from myself, I just want to say huge thank you to everybody who participated in this conference. And now we're closing this session. Thank you very much.
До свидания, спасибо. Здравствуйте, рад вас видеть. Christine, hello.
Hello.
Could you hear me? It's okay?
Yes, very
It's
good.
nice,
Thank you
nice.
very much.
Oh, we'll have 1-2 minutes and we'll begin. Yes?
I think we need to begin on time because we have short time for each, but up to you.
Yeah. Okay.
I hope that you can share because I don't speak much Russian.
Okay. Well, we'll decide what to do. It's easy. It's easy question.
Yes, we have 1 more minute.
Begin. What do you think, Christine? What do you think?
Yes, it's perfect time. Thank you.
Коллеги, добрый день. Здравствуйте. Я вас всех приветствую.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome you at our plenary session, Professional Education for Non-Medical Specialists that promote and preserves the mental health and well-being of children and adolescents. We have 6 presentations planned for today, so I'm happy to hand over to the co-host and one of the co-organizers of the session, Christine Roland Levy, President of the International Association of
Прикладной психологии
Psychology, IAP, and
words before
professor
the beginning
of the
to our colleagues.
University of Reims, Champagne, Ardenne, France.
Well, hello to all of you. I'm sorry I do not speak Russian, but the translators are doing a great job, so that will be okay. I just want to welcome you, and I think we can start with the first presentation. And the first presentation is Education and Psychological and Pedagogical Support for Students with Disabilities in the Russian Federation. So now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christine. I'll speak in Russian. It's more easy than my English. Sorry. Okay. Еще раз добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Hello, dear colleagues. My presentation is number 1 in our session, and I would like to touch upon several issues of the education system, and that is the problem of the education for students with the limited abilities. So education and psychological and pedagogical support for students with disabilities in Russia. Could you please help me with my presentation? Dear technical guys, please show my presentation.
Коллеги, презентацию поставьте, пожалуйста.
Dear colleagues, please. The guys do not respond. It will be much more difficult for me to speak without a presentation. I sent you the presentation and you should have it, so you should be able to share the screen with my presentation. Well, if not, then not. I'm going to speak
Сейчас есть у России.
about the experience here in Russia when providing continuous education and psychological and educational support for students with limited abilities and disabilities. Position number 1 is related to UNESCO statement from 1972, and it became the biggest trend in the resolvement of a problem, namely that the essence and the idea of continuous education changed, and it was necessary to change the education around the globe. That the trend education for life was replaced by the trend education throughout the whole life. It means that the accents changed completely. In the past, education for life was regarded as a very important and necessary thing
людей,
to
то
be able to live for people. But later on, when the idea changed and it transformed into education throughout the whole life, it required efforts from community and government to ensure all the stages of education. If we could have a look at the system of Russian continuous learning, you would see that elementary school, preschool, early education, professional education. If you check all the levels, you will see that it requires special support to be able to go from one level to another. So there should be experts focusing on this area. Now, if we go back to the figures that we have here in Russia, we will see the following picture. You can see that here in Russia, the number of people with disabilities before 18 years old increased. So it was 615,000 people in 2021. The number of children with disabilities increased up to 703,000 people. Basically, it means that the number of children with disabilities increases. If we have a look at what happens at different levels of education when students go from one level to another,
переходов,
we
например,
would see a strange thing. We would see that at the level when they transfer from preschool to general educational,
образования к среднему
from elementary school to general school, from general school to vocational education and higher education. At that levels, the number of students being in the system of education decreases. You might think that the vertical of continuous learning can be preserved, but we here lose children with disabilities when they go from one level to another. That is related to psychological support and educational support of students like that. And as a matter of fact, special educational conditions are not ensured for students like that. That is why here in Russia, people focus on this issue, and there are two things that become truly sensitive for the organization and development of a system like that. First, to create the system which would take into account the number of children and teenagers with disabilities. And this system of recording is very important. Now we have a system, recording system, which says to the system of education, like, dear colleagues, please show me the slide, the next slide, slide number 4. Yeah, let's stop here. Have a look. Here you can see that the number of children with disabilities increases, but if you go from one level to another, you can see that the number of students decreases. We lose students with disabilities for different reasons, but the fact is a fact. On the next slide, you can see what is done in the system. First, we create the system of recording of students with limited abilities and disabilities. That is important because now we have some statistical data about the system which demonstrate in what areas the system doesn't work properly. For example, if we speak about early support requires improvement because we can see that some of the students are left behind when you transfer to professional education. We lose some students there. Right now, we have the system of statistical data to better understand what happens when you go from one level to another. Second statement, and it's also very important, that is the assessment of um, the development of assessment criteria to assess the quality of educational institution. So in here we really need organizational and management models, inclusive classes, inclusive schools, inclusive higher educational establishments. There are some examples which are being tested, so managers and teachers can check how special educational conditions are being created during the educational process in this or that place. Now, I would like to give you a couple of examples related to our psychological and pedagogical university. Two types and categories of children. First, children with acoustic spectrum disorders. In our
Федеральный
university,
ресурс.
we have the Federal Resources Center for work with students
150 до 100.
with autism. We have about 150, 160 students like that. Now we have 160 of them. We have 21 classes. We have 4 preschool groups where 24 children study. So the main focus here to preserve these children, to keep them in the system when they go from preschool to elementary school, from elementary school to secondary school. The main focus is that the whole system of psychological and educational support should be well developed. Adapted programs, adapted curriculum, the models of support, tutorship, services,
Какой
teachers
результат
who
мы
work with the students, and what kind of result do we have currently? Well, currently, from the 2016 to 2021, 166 children graduated from our school. The spectrum, the range is really big. We have kids with various mental disorders, but the idea here is that 15% of the students go to inclusive classes in general educational schools. That's a lot. And now I want to go to the results. So the next slide, please. Our resource center simply gives these resources. And here in Russia, we have 52 centers like that. This is the information from 2020. They operate in 43 regions of Russia. What is the most important thing about this work? That the resource is well developed. We have practices that are well tested. They're really efficient and they're efficient for children. They can be scaled up for different regions of Russia. Second thing, which is important for us, we developed the systems of additional professional education, and we taught more than 2,200 children, 200 teachers who know how to work with students like that. We organize webinars. More than 10,000 people participated in them from different regions and entities of Russia. What is the idea behind the resources that we accumulated in our center become available for regional structures? We create centers that can control the whole process. If you ask the parents that worry about the problems of education for children with acoustic spectrum disorders, the parents would say that currently the
с
availability of education
спектре
for
его
children with acoustic spectrum disorder increased thanks to the availability of new instruments and thanks to the fact that there's psychological and educational support for children. As a matter of fact, teachers who work with students like that now have an opportunity to improve their skills. So the next slide. And the next one. Thank you. So based basically, we can see the following today in the majority of regions of Russia. The pedagogical competence of teachers does not comply with the requirements of work. It means that we have to improve our specialists and their skills, especially when it comes to teaching students with disorders and disabilities. We have to ensure comprehensive support, and there should be interdisciplinary competencies that require special focus. In addition to that, I'd like to tell you the following. A huge number of different programs simply flooded the teachers, and some of the programs require to be checked, and we have to choose the practices which are really efficient. That is required to ensure continuous learning. Next, we need to maintain continuity of professional education for people with limited abilities or disabilities. Here, there are three main processes. This is professional or vocational training and employment. Employment for children like that is crucially important. Have a look at the diagram. There is a number of persons who are willing to study in higher educational establishments, and there are more than 50% of them willing to do it. But in 2017 and 2018, only a few of them managed to do it. Today, the situation has changed, and I will tell you why, but it happened thanks to two processes happening in the system of education. So, professional education, the education itself, and the employment. Employment is the very end of this cycle, and this is exactly why we ensure the education for such students. In our university, our program and our university was built to work with people from vulnerable groups of population. We enrolled the students from the very beginning who had problems with movement, people with sight disorders. So here, for example, you can see a diagram in the middle of the slide, and you can see that we have 47 persons with sight disorders. It's very difficult to work with blind students, but nevertheless, we have students like that, and they study here. What is the biggest result? So if we do three actions, including professional education, career guidance, and employment, you can have great results. Our students, our graduates can get employed, they get education, they pass from one level to another, from the bachelor level to the master degree, they write master papers, and when they study at master degrees, they can already work for really good companies. And that happens thanks to the activity of our resource and methodological center. It deals with the issues of career guidance, professional education, and employment of people with disabilities. In 2016, there were 3 centers like that, including ours. Right now, there are 21 of them. What is the result of the activity of this network? It's truly impressive. It's not enough. It cannot completely resolve all the problems. Nevertheless, over the course of 3 years, it's quite a significant result. The number of students with disabilities in higher educational establishments increased by 16%. It means that something was right and something works properly in this system. It means that they can overcome the barrier. They already have motivation to study, but now we can bring this motivation to life and guide them to the higher educational establishments. And as far as the program is concerned, we had 29,000 students studying at the programs like that, and this result is truly impressive. I just want to show you some of the slides. We work in different regions. So we work in 6 different regions. We cooperate with 26 universities. So we work in Central Russia, Ryazan, Smolensk, Tula, Kostroma, Vladimir, and Moscow. And here I showed you some figures and percentages. They are related to the activity of our resource center. And now the last block that I would like to touch upon briefly. I understand that I'm limited in time, but the next slide, please. This block of information is related to the fact what happened with the educational system in the time of pandemics. So on your left, you can see the worries of parents. So in green, you can see the percentage of parents who required psychological support. The disruption of an educational process and the introduction of remote learning led to the problems among parents, how to organize the studying process of their children. On your right, you can see the data from Serbia University. Here, you can see different disorders, symptoms, neurotic disorders. They were observed more often, and it had a direct impact on the efficiency of the process. Our data demonstrated that strong emotional burnout of teachers led to a situation when children with limited abilities of health and disabilities started to get less attention, less resources, because simply teachers didn't have resources.
Okay, can you please sum up because we're late?
Значит, что слева вы видите это возрастание
All
суицидальных.
right, to the left, you see the increase in suicidal thoughts and behaviors that obviously had impact. And of course, the prevention program and the HR programs really influenced this for the better. The last slide from me. What is the strategic problem anyway? The deficit of competences. I'm not going to read all of that. Those are the results of a large presidential grant program that proves that the problem is about people who work with this kind of teenagers. So it's about the specialists. I'm sorry for taking too much of your time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I had to ask you to hurry up, wrap up, but we have to go.
It's fine. It's fine.
The next speaker. So,
and it's a pleasure to be joining you all today. I hope I feel a bit of a fraud here because I'm largely going to be talking about an adult program, but it is one that is being followed in England by developments in adolescent services, and I hope it's of interest to you. We're looking at how to realize the mass public benefit of evidence-based psychological therapies. The program I'm going to talk about really was designed to deal with a problem. So clinical guidelines in many countries, in England, we have a body called NICE, which issues our clinical guidelines, recommend evidence-based short-term, that's sort of 14 to 20 session psychological therapies as the first line interventions for depression and all of the anxiety disorders. And surveys in many countries show that the public would like access to psychological therapies. When you ask them, do you have a preference for medication, which can be helpful for some people, or psychological therapy, some people definitely say, please give me the medication. But in a ratio of 3 to 1, people have a preference for psychological therapies. And in no country in the world does the public currently get what it wants. There is nowhere where evidence-based psychological therapies are more available than medication. In the United Kingdom, in 2005, when we started the work, the situation was particularly bad. And less than 5% of people were receiving NICE recommended psychological therapies. A few more were having some psychological input, but it wasn't evidence-based. And the waits to start treatment were on average more than a year. So the solution to that is to create what we call IAPT, or Improving Access to Psychological Therapies. And that involves training a large number, currently 9,000 psychological therapists using national evidence-based training curricula and only passing them out from the training courses if they demonstrate the right level of competence in delivering the therapies using videotapes of their therapy sessions to see that they really have the skills. They are then deployed in specialist step care psychological services for depression and anxiety disorders. NICE recommends that for some patients, particularly those with the more mild to moderate anxiety depression, they can often do very well with what we call a low intensity intervention. That's something which doesn't involve a lot of therapist time. That's why it's low intensity. Often something like guided self-help or computerized cognitive behavior therapy. And we developed a special workforce to deliver these called the psychological well-being practitioners. But for people with more severe symptoms or for people who don't respond to the low intensity intervention and need to be stepped up, we offer more conventional face-to-face, what we call high intensity therapy once a week. The program aims to measure and to publicly report the clinical outcomes of all patients who receive a course of psychological treatment. So unique public transparency. The outcomes of every IAP service are available to the public. The initiative was based on what we consider to be sound clinical and economic arguments. And what were some of the arguments? Well, the first thing is to say in every society, the cost to society of untreated anxiety and depression is enormous. The World Health Organization has estimated that for most first world countries, it's about 4% of their overall economy, their gross domestic product. That's a lot of money being lost to society. We do know from other studies that you can train therapists in routine services to deliver treatments effectively. We also know that you can monitor the outcomes of everyone who's having a course of treatment if you use a particular system, which we call the session-by-session system, where people fill in a brief measure of anxiety and depression each time they're seen. So if they finish therapy early, you still will have a clinical endpoint. And we calculated that the overall cost of making these therapies more available, on average about 10 sessions per patient, would be minimal. And that is because the clinical improvements that you get will lead to patients costing much less in the healthcare system elsewhere, such as with unnecessary physical investigations, and would also greatly benefit the economy by getting people back into work and helping them be more productive in work. All of those arguments are presented in much more detail in the book that I wrote with Richard Layard called Thrive, the Power of Psychological Therapy, and then some of the international translations of that book. Those arguments were presented initially to the Prime Minister Gordon Brown back in 2005. He accepted those arguments broadly. And then when we had a change of government in 2010, the new government by David Cameron and Nick Clegg further expanded the program. A further new government with Theresa May doubled the size of the program again, and the current government with Boris Johnson has further increased it. And these developments are largely because, as you'll see, the initiative has delivered what it was meant to deliver. When it was first announced, it was said that the waiting times for therapy would drop from a year to just a few weeks, and also that at least 50% of people would fully recover from their anxiety and depression, and many more would show worthwhile benefit. So where are we up to with the program now? It's now 13 years old. There is one of these IAP services in every health area in the country. Round about 1.2 million people are seen each year. Everyone gets an assessment, and in some cases, it turns out you don't really need a full course of therapy. You maybe need some simple advice or sometimes signposting elsewhere if your problem is something different from anxiety and depression once assessed. But round about 606,000 people go on to have a multi-session course of treatment each year. And the start to get going on that treatment is now just 12 days. On average, people are getting about 8 sessions of therapy, but people can get up to 20 or more. And the treatments that are offered, it's various forms of CBT for the anxiety disorders, as that's where there is the strongest evidence base. But in depression, people have a choice of a range of therapies that are all known to be effective, including brief psychodynamic therapy and interpersonal psychotherapy, as well as cognitive behavior therapy. This is how the scale of the program has developed over the years, from a quite small start, less than 200,000 people seen each year, to the current figure of around about 1.2 million. The session-by-session outcome monitoring system has been very successful in ensuring that we can collect data in terms of how much people's anxiety and depression has improved in 99% of that 606,000 people that we see at least twice in a year. This is a big improvement in pre-IAP days, where a national audit of psychological therapy showed we only got outcome data on 38% of people. And we now know it is very important to get data on everyone, because we've discovered that if you don't collect data on everyone, then the people that are missing data at post-treatment tend to have done a lot less well. They've only improved about 40% as much. So we've concluded that we're deluding ourselves about how good our treatment services are unless we collect outcome data on everyone. This graph here shows how the outcomes have been from the start of the initiative. The red line was that government target of 50% of people fully recovering from both anxiety and depression. And you can see it took us time to get there. We were below that at the start of the program, and it took us about 8 years to get there. But ever since then, we've been above the target, and you can see from the dotted line, many more people show very worthwhile improvement. Of course, it's not just how much your symptoms change. We need to look at how satisfied people are with the services. And this is some of the data. And you can see really very high levels of satisfaction for the assessment. People get 96% say it's completely or mostly satisfying. And they feel that people have understood their difficulties and that they got the help that mattered to them. So you saw that outcomes had improved over time. And this graph here shows you the data again from 2015 to 2019. The dotted line is the national recovery rate for the whole of England. And what I've plotted here, the green line is the bottom 10% of services in terms of their outcome performance. And then the lighter line at the top is the top 10% of performers. And what you can see is that over time, the poor performers have improved a great deal. The good performers have stayed good. And so the variability in outcomes between services has much reduced. It's been halved. And largely, this has been because we've used the data we've collected to learn lessons about how to best deliver the services. Here's some highlight of a study I did published in The Lancet in 2018, which identified those things that predict which services get the best outcomes. And you can see there's a number of factors, how good the assessment is, getting the problem right at the start. The average number of sessions that a service gives seems to be very important. Just like in drugs, there's a dose response effect. And the average time you wait to start treatment is significant. And you can see that in this graph. Each dot is all the patients treated in a service in a year. So each dot is about 7,000 patients. And this is the average number of days people will need to wait to start treatment in that particular service. And this is their chance of recovering at the end of treatment. And you can see it doesn't matter how long you wait for the first 6 weeks or so, but after that, getting the similar treatment is less effective. So it does seem as though it's important to get in early with treatment. And that is why the program now has a target of starting treatment for everyone within 6 weeks. What you've seen so far is what happened before the pandemic, but of course, like every other country in the world, the UK has experienced a COVID pandemic. And this was a big challenge to us because the services had to close down from seeing people face to face, and we moved the whole operation to delivering treatment remotely by telephone and video link. And I'm pleased to say that the services managed to adapt to that, and the excellent outcomes that they were achieving have been maintained. So throughout the pandemic, we've continued to have recovery rates above 50%. And this sort of shows the shift in the way in which treatment has been delivered. The thing that increased most was video links, and after that, phone links. But you can see the face-to-face work, which was a substantial part, 2/3 of all interactions before the pandemic start, has dropped down to about 3% in the recently, but we're now opening up the services again. Another feature of anxiety and depression is that often people don't just have a mental health problem, they also are experiencing physical health problems. In adults, often long-term conditions such as diabetes and cardiovascular problems. And in most healthcare systems, these things are treated separately. In IAPT, we've tried to coordinate them. So you get your treatment for your mental health problem and your physical health problems in the same place with an integrated team. So we put IAPT therapists in the mental health, in the physical healthcare pathways. And we do this not just because it's helpful to patients, but it also saves a lot of money. We are finding that with these integrated services, we can do almost as well in terms of outcomes for the people with long-term physical conditions as those without, even though in many ways they're more complex. And we're saving about 400 euros per patient course of treatment in terms of other healthcare costs by doing this. So that's really a quick tour, because I know we're running a little bit behind time, but just to say that some other countries have kindly shown some interest in what's been done with the IAPT program, and Norway has now developed its own version called the Prompt Mental Health Care Program. There are 60 IAPT-like services in Norway. Ontario has produced its own program covering the whole of the province. Israel is running a national pilot. Australia is also running an extensive IAPT-like service. And Los Angeles County is also doing the same. And as I was mentioning, in England, we are now essentially producing an IAPT type intervention with therapists based in schools, and we anticipate covering 40% of all English schools by 2024. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping the time. So I think it's going to be me. I don't know if the video should come. There should be a video.
Виталий Владимирович, включите микрофон. Микрофон, Виталий Владимирович.
Я просто хочу с удовольствием сказать, что...
Yes, just with pleasure, I want to announce that Professor Christine Levy is going to make her presentation right now. But first, let me thank Professor Clark for his outstanding intervention. And now I want to give the floor to Christine Roland-Levy. Please, your presentation. A Center of Applied Psychology in Connection to Mental Health.
So as I was saying, I need the video that was prepared. And I do feel like a fraud also, because I'm talking about the International Association of Applied Psychology. I don't know if they're technicians, if you can ask them to put the video on.
So we'll try to make a phone call to the office that maybe they help. I don't know. I had the same problem.
Yeah, I know. Or otherwise I can try to share my screen and put it.
Christine, I think if you click share screen and then make sure you tick on optimize for video, it should work fine from your machine.
Do you see the video?
We can.
You see something, okay. So if I start it, I'm sorry for that. First of all, I wish to thank the organizer. Even though we cannot be physically together, physically present, I'm sure this is going to be a lot of information, very important exchange, communication, contributions. In what I'm concerned, I have pre-recorded this in order to be sure that the internet connection would be good and that there would be no technical problem. So today I'm going to talk about applied psychology in connection to mental health and well-being. I happen to be the president for a 4-year term of the International Association of Applied Psychology, which is 100 years old, and I will talk a little bit about what we have done throughout those years and what we wish to do and what we do, especially in connection to mental health and well-being. Please note that I have put my email on this first slide, and I will also put it again on the last one, so do not hesitate to contact me if you wish to exchange, to communicate. I'll be happy to do it. So let's start. When we talk about applied psychology, maybe it's not so clear for everyone what we're talking about. We are talking about psychology, but we are talking about psychology that can be useful for the real world. In fact, there are two distinct visions of what applied psychology is or can be. Either, and this is what we'll do more today for the topic that we're concerned with, we start with a social problem and we look at psychology, we look at the different branches of scientific psychology, and we try to see how psychology can help solving the problem. So if we take the example of mental health and well-being, we can have a question like how to preserve or how to improve mental health and well-being for everyone all over the world and so on. So how can psychology contribute to that? That's one of the type of questions that we could have in that first vision, starting with the situation, mental health and well-being in the context of today, especially with the young generation, children and adolescents, and we try to see how it can work. The other vision or the other position is to start with theories, and this is what has been done for many years, and look at how fundamental research can in fact be helpful and useful for dealing with social situations. So it's very similar, but the difference is mainly that in the second vision, it's more to test a theory rather than to solve a problem. Whereas in the first vision, it's more to solve a problem using the theories. So based on those two visions, I will explain a few more things. First of all, I want to talk a little bit about my association, the Association Internationale de Psychotechnique. So in French, it was created with that French name. It was created in Geneva, in Switzerland, in 1920. So we are a little older than 100 years old. At the beginning, the members were all individual members, and it had a congress every year, only in Europe first and only with European members, but members who became very famous some years later. If you're interested in the history of that, the first 100 years of applied psychology, of the association, of the International Association of Applied Psychology, I do encourage you to go and download this very interesting book talking about the whole history, talking about the context and the content of the different congresses that we had. So it's International Association of Applied Psychology, a centennial history, 1920-2020, came out in 2020 for our centennial year, our centennial anniversary. And this book is edited by Elio Carpintero, Ruben Artia, and Ana Maria Vacurina. You can take the link, iapsi.org/about/centennial-year/ And that allows you to download for free the book, which I really recommend you do. Now let's go back to the history in jumping a few years. In fact, the French name was transformed to an English name more, and I should say that the English name was added to the French name. International Association of Applied Psychology, the name that we know today, was really implemented in Paris in 1955. But it's the same association, it just combined the two. Now, today, we have members which are still individual members, so you're all welcome to join. And we also have affiliate associations. And if you are a member of an association that you would like to be considered as a potential affiliate association within IAP, you just contact me and I'll give you the information and we can work on that. Today, we have our international congresses every 4 years. We call them the ICAP, the International Congress of Applied Psychology. We also have regional conferences every 2 years in conjunction with other international associations, namely IACCP, the International Association of Cross-Cultural Psychology, and IUCIS. We have 2 journals. The first one, which started in 1952, so long ago, Applied Psychology and International Review, is famous and still going on, but I want to focus more maybe on the second one, Applied Psychology, Health and Well-Being, which was launched in the year 2009. This one is more appropriate to the topic of the Congress, the conference that we're having now. I did mention that we hold an ICAP every 4 years. The 30th International Congress of Applied Psychology will take place in Beijing, China, at the end of July 2022. It should have been in 2022, but we put it in 2023, hoping that we won't have so many difficulties in connection to the pandemic, and hoping that we'll be able to meet together, physically together. So on this slide, we have a series of events that will happen, like the State of the Arts lectures, the keynote addresses, some oral presentations, closed brief presentations, the work of divisions that I'll talk more later on. We also focus a lot on young psychologist activities, early career marathon that is coming next week. We also have other kinds of activities. We have special tracks for this, focusing on some of the special projects that we have. One is on gender equality, psychological ethics, artificial intelligence in connection to psychology, the role of psychology in the COVID-19 pandemic in helping people face the situation. We also have a topic on terrorism towards peace and peace building. And of course, we have a topic on well-being, equity, and poverty. If you're interested and you don't have time to submit, you can already go to the webpage and start looking at the different information which is already available. Now, back to IAP today. IAP is the largest, the oldest international association of psychology. As I said, it's based on individual membership and affiliate associations. What is more important is our mission. The first article of the Constitution of IAP states that it is there to promote the science and practice of applied psychology and to facilitate interaction and communication around applied psychologists around the world. So this is what we're doing today. In connection to what we're doing today, I want to insist on the fact that IAP is working closely with and within the United Nations. We have teams in the 3 of the 4 locations of the UN, and we are an NGO, a non-governmental organization recognized by the UN, and we work there with ECOSOC. The goal that we have is to contribute as much as we can to most of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, especially via special projects, as I mentioned earlier. The aim there is the aim of the UN, and the aim that we have with the UN is to reach a better world for all. Among the 17 SDGs, one of the 17 is SDG 3, which is called Good Health and Well-Being. And this is the one in which we are, in fact, the most involved. We are very involved also, as I mentioned before, in the SDG connected to gender equality at SDG 5, to quality education, SDG 4, and to no poverty, SDG 1, and a few others, but we really focus on good health and well-being, mental health and well-being, and I'll talk more about what we do within SDG 3 at the UN. In fact, as I mentioned, our ICAPs, our International Congresses of Applied Psychology, we hold one in Paris in the year 2014, and I know some of you attended, and it was our 28th ICAP. And there we had 4,500 psychologists who affirmed a very important statement at the end of the closing of the Congress. They affirmed that mental health and well-being are fundamental to the achievement of the SDGs that were to 2015 to 2030. So that means that by 2030, the whole planet is supposed to have reached those SDGs. And we hope to contribute, and have already started, and we will contribute more towards those goals. During that declaration at the closing of the 28th ICAP, we urged the UN, the United Nations, to specify in the document where appropriate that whenever the word health is used, it refers to physical health, but also to mental health and well-being. So we included the element of mental health and well-being. And this we did because it's consistent with the World Health Organization, WHO, definition of health, which they state as being a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just the absence of disease or infirmity. So this was in 2014, and we in fact insisted a bit more because we really wanted those ideas, those terms of mental health and well-being to be included all over the place. So we urged the United Nations to include in the chapeau of the final document. The final document is the document that all the countries, or all the governments sign and agree to use to apply. So we wanted the UN to include in the chapeau of the final document, among the rights listed, including the rights to food, the rule of law, we wanted them to affirm, to write that everyone has the right to the highest standard of physical and mental health and well-being. And this was done. In the way forward, we also included and insisted on the fact that psychological science and practice have much to contribute to achieve the future we want. The future we want is the motto that I used for my term as president by AAP. So in fact, mental health and well-being have been included. So this has been achieved. Now, all the governments of the 193 member states out of 195, the 193 member states, which are part of the United Nations, have agreed to include in all their official documents related to health the notions of mental health and well-being along with physical health. So this is a real turn, because not only does it imply that the UN was sensitive to adding those notions of mental health and well-being, but the 193 member states, countries, governments accepted to include it in their own policy, in their own way of dealing with health. So health is not now just physical health, but health is also includes mental health, and what is even more important in a way is the notion of well-being for all. So we can say that applied psychology has contributed to this recognition of mental health and well-being as being essential elements for all humans. Indeed, in those in this agreement, in the agreements that all the governments took, there's nothing that specifies children and adolescents, but all humans surely includes children and adolescents. So this is just part, a very important part of it, even though the words are not there. For IAP, if we go back to our role or our connections with mental health and well-being, first of all, we can assume that psychologists have always been very sensitive to taking care of keeping, protecting, preserving mental health for everyone. And this is part of their main practice. But within IAP, we have 18 divisions. And I'll detail them and I'll explain it a little more. It's the structure of the association, which is divided, organized into 18 thematic divisions. And some of them especially contribute to the promotion and preservation of mental health and well-being, in particular for children and adolescents. So here I have listed our 18 divisions. You see that they are all numbered from 1 to 18. The numbers, and that's just for the story. The first one was work and organization. The first and organizational psychology, sorry. That's the first one that was created, but all the others were created as they appear on the list. So the history of applied psychology emerged last, because in the beginning, no one was really interested in that, but as we were getting closer to our centennial anniversary, it became an important and an interesting focus. So on this list, you can see that some of the divisions are, it's not the full name of the divisions, and if you go to our webpage, I'll give again the link, I'll give the link at the end. You can get details in every single division. But those in bold, like Division 5 on education, specifically focuses on the younger generation, on the children, on the adolescents, on how to get better education to improve well-being, how to get a better education to avoid mental health problems, how to protect the young generation. Division 6 on clinical psychology is also very dedicated to the preservation of mental health and the well-being. Of course, Division 8 on health psychology also focuses on those two notions of well-being and mental health. But counseling, Division 16, professional practice, Division 17 also focuses very much on those topics. The other divisions, which are in blue, are also divisions that contribute to the preservation of mental health and the improvement of well-being, even though it's not necessarily their first goal. We have Division 2, focusing on assessment and evaluation of mental health and well-being. Division 3 on the social development and community psychology. Division 10 on psychology and law also works towards that. Sports psychology is doing, Division 12 is doing quite a lot towards preserving mental health, improving well-being. Also Division 14 on applied cognitive psychology. And that covers almost all the divisions. Others also do it, like work and organizational psychology, but this is not specifically, or this is not at all devoted to children and adolescents. So those divisions do very interesting work, and I encourage you to go and look at what is available on the web pages of each of the divisions. Now, today, IAP is even more than 100 years old. It's 101-year-old. I think we can say that we are a mature association, but we do take into account all the progress that we have done and all the events and all the things we have done towards applied psychology in the past 100 years, in order to build a better future. And in that idea of building a better future, we sure have at the center of the focus the idea of preserving mental health, improving well-being, and so on. Of course, we still have many challenges in order to reach a better future for all, and in particular, the younger generation. And here, I think I want to stop here because otherwise it will be too late. So I was just insisting in this broad advertisement on the fact that we need you all, and that I am learning a lot from all of you, and we are all learning from the others. So thank you very much. Sorry for being longer with this video.
So thank you very much, Christine. Thank you very much for your presentation. And we'll continue. И я хотел бы передать слово.
I wanted to give the next floor to Professor Alla Kolmogorova, head of the Laboratory of Clinical Psychology and Psychotherapy at the Moscow Research Institute and Dean of the Advisory and Clinical Psychology at the Moscow State University of Psychology and Pedagogy. We're going to be speaking about the risks of modern education and bettering educational environment. Please, the floor is yours.
Борисовна, вас не слышно.
We cannot hear you. Please turn on your mic.
А сейчас все нормально?
Can you hear me now?
Да, спасибо большое. Дорогие
Yes.
коллеги, я
Dear
хотела
colleagues,
свою сегодняшнюю презентацию, вот добавку к названию некоторую сделала, я бы хотела
I have added
сегодня
something
риски
to the
современного
name of my
образования с
presentation.
позиции культурно-исторической психологии Льва
I wanted to talk
которая,
about the risks
как
of
вы, наверное, знаете,
modern psychology
развивается в нашей
on
стране и, в общем, имеет и
the
международное
risks of modern education and building environment from the cultural and historical lens of Vygotsky psychology.
Борисовна, не слышно, звук опять пропал.
Опять звук пропал.
Да, вот сейчас есть, Борисовна,
да,
сейчас есть.
Итак, что, собственно, хочется подчеркнуть, что пандемия лишь высветила и усилила риски,
What I want to underline is that
были
pandemics
заложены в
just
социальной ситуации
underline the
развития
risks
молодого
that
поколения.
were
И в этом плане
there
необходима не
in
только
the
психологическая
social development
поддержка и
of
организация доступной
modern
психологической помощи, вот о чем
generation.
только что говорил Дэвид, но и перестройка самой системы образования. которые в
That's
настоящее
what David used to speak
в
about.
общем-то, ориентированы, я думаю,
We
коллеги
shouldn't only
согласятся,
be
на
organized
формальные
psychological help,
показатели
but
и
also
риски,
provide
и в этом плане
affordable
не
psychological
способствуют
help and
развитию, а значит,
restore
и
and rebuild
психическому
the
здоровью
whole
детей,
educational
что
system.
доказывают
Currently,
многочисленные
it's
цифры,
just being
которые
formal and
приводились
does
на
not help
данные
the
Конгресса
development.
про распространение психических расстройств. Вот опять же в перекличке с докладом профессора Кларка я бы хотела привести некоторые цитаты из доклада наших коллег из
I want to
Департамента
quote
образования
a little bit
Университета
from
Оксфорда под руководством профессора Гарри Дэниелса.
our colleagues,
School
Harry
Exclusion
Daniels et al.,
Risks
School
after
Exclusion Risks
COVID-19,
After
в котором
COVID-19.
наши коллеги из Великобритании ставят вопрос о диаде здоровья образования.
And our
Если
colleagues from
коротко
Great Britain,
перевести, то речь идет о том, что коллеги предлагают рассмотреть специалистам из системы
our
образования,
colleagues offer
как
that
то
our
образование, которое они
specialists in the system of
предлагают,
education
привести в баланс, да, вот эти вот
bring
академические
that
требования,
all the
привести в баланс
academical requirements,
с
bring them in balance
благополучием, с
to
психическим
balance with the
благополучием учащихся.
well-being, psychological
Вот один
well-being
из
of
70
the
опрошенных
student.
специалистов, которые, собственно, были опрошены в этом исследовании, ответил на 3 основных вопроса и сделал такой вывод. Мы, в общем-то,
And
занимаемся
one of the responders have
вылавливаем
made such conclusion.
жертвы. А надо бы пойти вверх, жертвы из пруда, да, надо бы пойти вверх по сечению и найти виновников. И кто же эти виновники? Давайте признаем, что на самом деле мы действительно должны задуматься о тех рисках, которые содержатся уже в самой системе образования, и поставить
We have to
вопрос
think about the
о
risks that
триаде
are now included in
образования,
the educational
развития,
system.
здоровья. Вот, собственно, есть уже
And we have
публикации,
to
в которых
think
она
about this
нами
triad:
рассматривается.
education, development, health.
Ну, я задала, честно говоря, эти 3 вопроса нашим
I
специалистам
asked these 3
школ,
questions to
и
our
очень
specialists
коротко
working
хочу
in
привести их
schools. And
ответы,
very briefly, I want
суммированные
to quote
ответы,
here their answers.
где говорится о том, что вот во время пандемии, вот в эти почти уже 2 года пандемии, у
It's been
детей,
2 years of the
у родителей
pandemics
была
right
возможность
now.
выбирать свободное посещение
I'm
учебных
very
заведений.
sorry. Can you please
И, к
kindly
сожалению,
ask
этой
Madam
возможностью
Kolmogorova to
воспользовались
do
в
something with
основном
her sound, because the interpreters are
родители
hearing a
школьников,
terrible
у
echo
которых
and the
были проблемы
interpretation
с
is near
усвоением
to impossible.
учебного материала и успеваемостью, и, соответственно, это были ученики с низкой учебной мотивацией. Также очень важно, да, что многие дети и родители считали, что непосещение школы может помочь им избежать низких оценок и повысить успеваемость, и выбирали вот этот режим домашний именно, как правило, такие дети и родители. И, конечно, многие дети выпадали из обучения. В ответ на вопрос о том, как же специалистам
Answering the
можно
second
реагировать
question,
на этот
how
выбор,
we can react to that
наши
challenge, the
российские
specialist
школьные
and
психологи
our Russian
отвечают,
colleagues
что
answered the
необходимо
following.
всячески поддерживать
First and
собственную
foremost, we need
активность
to
детей.
keep supporting the
Вот сегодня я и попробую
activity
перейти к
among
некоторым
the children.
теоретическим
We
концептам,
have to stay
которые лежат
very
в
active
основе
and keep this
умения
contact with
поддерживать такую
them.
активность. Ну и, конечно, все говорили, что необходимо выстраивать работу с
And
родителями,
everybody, of course,
которых
spoke about the
была очень
necessity to
большая
work with
ответственность
parents.
за обучение
It is a
ребенка.
huge responsibility that's on their shoulders of the parents.
Третий вопрос касался того, что
Question
происходит с
number
учениками,
3.
выпадающими из
What
обучения.
is happening to the students
Дело в том,
that
что,
are no
как
longer,
отвечают
that are
психологи,
detached from the
ученики
educational
привыкают к
system?
легкости получения высоких
So
оценок, в общем-то,
the
незаслуженных,
students
которые они делают удаленно
become,
с помощью родителей,
very
и
useful to the easiness
возникает
of
такая
getting good
ловушка,
marks for
ситуация
everything that they've made remotely.
усугубляется, и дети уже в конечном счете не могут из нее выбраться. В общем, это хорошо.
And that
Вот
becomes a
результаты
trap and a
такого
vicious
опроса
circle, and
80
unfortunately, children
опрошенных
cannot
студентов колледжей,
cope with
треть из
that.
которых негативно относятся к
Third
учебе.
of college
Обратите
students
внимание,
have
дорогие коллеги,
responded that they are
половина из этой
negative
трети
about their
отмечает очень
education.
большие учебные
Please bear
сложности,
in mind that half
подчеркивают
of them
задания, которые они не понимают, им трудно его выполнить.
indicate
И
that the education
мучительные переживания в связи с этим.
very complicated for them.
Скука,
They have
скука,
enormous homework,
абуза, вот что
and
написали
also what they indicate
ученики.
that it's
А
boring,
половина уже
that it's
приняли решение не
unuseful,
учиться
and
вообще.
that
Они
half
вообще
of
не
them
обращают
actually
внимания на
decided
учебу
not
и,
to keep
в общем-то,
studying
так сказать, уже выпали
at
практически из
all. So
процесса.
they basically
А теперь
detached
давайте,
from the
пользуясь вот
process
этой
in
позицией,
total.
понятийным аппаратом культурно-исторической психологии,
Let's now
зададим себе
try and
один
look at all
вопрос.
of that through the
На
lens
фоне
of
какой
cultural
социальной
and
ситуации
historical
развития
psychology. And
для
let's
понятия
ask ourselves a
персонала
question.
культурно-исторической психологии,
This
на
cultural
фоне
and
какой
psychological
социальной ситуации
psychology,
развития молодежи
what did
началась
that one
пандемия.
think about this?
И вот очень интересно
How
будет
can we
как раз
perceive
текст Анатолия
pandemics and what
Розанова
happened to the
до
young
нашей
population
секции,
through the lens
который
of this
говорил о
psychology? At
таком
the
очень
beginning
большом
of our
давлении
session,
на молодежь.
there
Вот
was a
это
lot said
давление
about
отмечают
this
также
pressure
британские
on the young
исследователи Томас
generation.
Каран и Эндрю Хилл в
British
своем
and UK
исследовании
researchers also
перфекционизма
stated
за
that
последние 30
Mr.
лет,
Curran and Mr. Hill,
которые,
they said
показатель
in
которого, как
their
они
study,
отмечают,
how
невероятно
perfectionism has
выросли
became
среди
a hidden
молодых людей.
epidemic among young people.
Да, и вот цитата, собственно, из их статей,
These are
как
the
они
quotes
говорят
from their
о том, что
articles.
школы, университеты
What they're
оценивают
saying is that
молодых, делят их
schools,
на сорта и
universities
оказывают на них
are
огромное
constantly assessing
давление.
children and
Ну
are
и
kind
мы
of
видим,
sorting them, which is a
что
terrible pressure.
действительно уже студенты, например, мединститутов
What
находятся
we see,
в кризисном
what we saw
практически
today is
состоянии.
that medical students, for example,
Опять же,
are
не буду
basically
называть
in
все цифры,
crisis. I'm
70%
not going to give you the
подвержены
figures
выгоранию,
right now.
да, это
70%
данные
are subject to burnout.
Британии, Новой
These
Зеландии,
are
Канады,
Great
Бразилии.
Britain data, New Zealand, Canada,
30%
Brazil, and
нуждаются в
other
психиатрической
countries.
помощи. Более
30% of
употребляют
them
наркотики
actually
и алкоголь.
require psychological assistance, and
Отмечу,
more
что
than
в нашем
20
исследовании уже во время пандемии,
use
исследование 110
substances.
врачей-ординаторов, проходящих
In
стажировку
our
в скорой
study
помощи и
there was a cohort
Склифосовского,
of
более
110
половины набрали
interns
критический балл по шкале
in emergency institute
Е5,
named
та
after
шкала, которая
Sklifosovsky.
позволяет
More than
измерить
half of them in
выраженность
2010
симптомов
reached the critical
посттравматического стрессового расстройства.
level of the
В Германии
PCL-5 scale.
33% детей боятся, что не смогут
33%
закончить
of
учебный
children
год.
in Germany are
Резко
afraid that they're not going
увеличивается
to be
число,
able to finish the
риск суицидов.
study year, and that
Хочу
correlates with
привести
the
еще
suicide
некоторые
rate.
данные из исследований Владислава Ремировича
Some
Кучина
data
с
from
соавторами
the
об
studies
30
of
тысяч российских школьников. Смотрите, что важно
Mr.
отметить.
Kuchma. He
Продолжительность
studied about
сна
30,000
студенческого
school
имения у
children. Have a
25%,
look here, 7
прогулки
hours and
менее
less of
30
sleep,
минут
28%.
38%,
Less than 30
увеличение
minutes of
экранного
outside
времени до
activities,
8 часов.
38%. Up to
Представляете,
7 hours of
такие вот
screen
цифры
time for school children,
аффектируют наши
35% of them. Can you
гигиенисты,
imagine
да,
that?
которые
That's what
провели
our
такое масштабное
hygienists are
исследование. Ну и вы видите
telling
довольно
us, people
страшные
who have
цифры.
undergone
Симптомы
that
депрессии
large-scale
выражены
studies.
у 42% из опрошенных. И все это ставит
42%
вопрос,
depressive
опять же,
symptoms
правил
and
психогенно-цифрового обучения и
23%
вообще
that
организация
asthenic
процесса
syndrome.
обучения в целом.
So the whole educational
Некоторые
process
цифры,
has to be
которые
organized in a
предоставил
different
мне
way.
наш телефон доверия для
Some
детей
figures
взрослых
giving out
нашего
by our
университета. Вы видите,
hotline from the
голубая
university.
линия рост
Have a look here.
обращений по поводу наличия
Blue
суицидальных
line, the
мыслей.
growth of
И красный
calls,
столбик,
number of
смотрите,
calls
как
dedicated
он
to
вырос в 2020
suicidal
году.
thoughts.
Это
And
дети,
here the
подростки,
red
которые
column,
позвонили
the
в связи
number of
с
children
текущим
that are
суицидом.
calling because of happening suicide attempt.
Ну вот проблемы, запросы по поводу психического здоровья резко растут. Вы видите, красная линия на этом
Here, more
слайде.
and more calls related to psychological disruptions.
И также очень много запросов, касающихся,
And there
видите,
are
вот эта
more and
синяя
more
линия на диаграмме,
calls
отношения в семье,
dedicated to
конфликтов с
family
родителями,
relationship. That is
отсутствие эмоционального
what
контакта
is
с
happening
родителями.
with their parents, conflict
И
relationship
тогда
with
я
parents, and the
предлагаю
absence
коротко
of
поговорить и о родителях,
emotional
потому
contact
что
with
их
them. Нам couple of
психическое
words
здоровье–
about
это, вообще-то говоря,
parents.
основа психического здоровья детей. Давайте не будем забывать об этом.
Let us not
И,
forget that the
видимо,
psychiatric
необходимо
health of
перестроить
children
систему
depend on
образования в
psychological
направлении
health
большего
of parents.
сотрудничества с родителями,
Apparently, we need
в
to
вопросах обучения детей, а также
readapt the
повышения
educational system
психологических
towards
самих родителей.
better cooperation with
Это
parents.
связано прежде всего с
What is that
резким
related to?
возрастанием ответственности
That is related
у
to
ребенка в период
increased
пандемии,
responsibility.
без владения эффективными способами организации
Parents
процесса
do
обучения.
not really have proper experience.
И вот смотрите, это очень интересная статья с важными
That is a
данными.
very interesting article
Она
with
будет
very
скоро
useful data.
опубликована в нашем журнале
That one would be
консультативной
soon
психологии и
published in
психотерапии.
our
Вот выйдет
magazine,
сейчас третий номер.
Consulting
Исследование
Psychology and
стратегии помощи
Psychotherapy.
родителей детям, когда они испытывают учебные трудности. Что мы можем
So
зафиксировать?
they
Подавляющее
studied whether the children, when
большинство
dealing with
родителей
difficulties in their studies, even come to
используют
their parents.
стратегии помощи, подавляющее большинство родителей
We found
используют
out that the
стратегии помощи,
major
не
part of the
способствующие развитию.
parents tend to help their children without actually helping.
Это, собственно, инструментальная помощь, делай так, да, то есть помощь по образцу, это подсказки, это формальная помощь и, собственно активность и такую интерес и ресурсы учащихся. Это
Please ask Madam
буквально
Kolmogorova to turn
единицы
off her
родителей
speaker because the interpreters
задействуют,
hear
когда
a terrible
ребенок
echo.
испытывает учебные трудности. Еще два слова относительно учителей и администрации школ. Вот
Now
я
a couple of words
цитирую
about
Бисмарка,
teachers and management
коллеги.
of schools.
Войны
I am
выигрывают
quoting
не
Mr.
генералы,
Bismarck
войны
here.
выигрывают
Those
школьные
are not the
учителя.
generals that win the
И
wars. The
сейчас
wars are won by school
пандемия
teachers.
действительно чем-то похожа на состояние войны. Да? Вот мы действительно близки вот к такому
Pandemics
военному
is
положению.
resembling
И как нам
actually the state
поддержать
of
учителей?
war.
Да? Как помочь им
How do we
сейчас не
support
выгореть
children?
и, значит, помочь и родителям, и детям?
How
Вот,
do we help
собственно,
them and their
кризис,
parents?
который я бы хотела сформулировать в этом докладе.
The changes that I was
Невозможность
trying to come up with in
прямого
this
контроля за обучающимся
presentation,
и нагрузки, возрастание нагрузки
because there is no
настоящего
way to directly
и на
control the
субъектную
children that are
позицию.
studying and that there is bigger
И в
load and
этом
they should
плане
be more
вопрос,
independent,
как учителю научиться поддерживать субъектную позицию учащихся.
there is actually
Также резкое
the need to
возрастание
build that subject position. That means that
психологического
the students
климата
should
в
be active
коллективе.
and conscious about their studies.
Исследования показывают, что сбережение
The
здоровья
study
самих
has
учителей в высших
demonstrated
коллективах
that
детерминирует
preservation of the teaching
неформальное
staff
отношение
actually the health
между
state of the
членами
teaching
коллектива
staff
и
is one of the
администрацией.
determining factor for the success of the whole
И,
educational
наконец, резкое возрастание
system.
значимости психологической компетентности учителей.
And the
Хочу
increasing
сказать
number
буквально
of
несколько слов
importance is
о
obvious.
первом исследовании
Now, a
роли
couple of
субъектной позиции
words
в
about the
учебной
first
деятельности для
study.
успешного развития психологического благополучия учащихся. Оно было проведено в начале, в 2010-х годах.
This
И
study has been made at the beginning of 2010,
доказательное исследование показало, что
and it is
у
an
учащихся с выраженной
evidence-based
субъектной
study that
позицией
demonstrated that
характерны не
for
просто
the
высокий уровень
students
учебной
with the
мотивации,
expressed
но
subject-based
и отсутствие
position,
прогулов учебных занятий и
actually these kind
преобладание
of students demonstrate better
хороших отношений
motivation,
родителей с
better
учителями,
interest, and
а также больше психологическое
better
благополучие.
consciousness in studying and
Это
in
очень
learning
важный
all
момент,
the curriculum.
что
That's a very important one.
так как именно сотрудничество, еще один принцип культурно-исторической психологии,
There is another principle of cultural and
это
historical
важнейший фактор
psychology,
протектора
cooperation.
психического здоровья детей, так как
Cooperation is one of the key
крупнейший
factors for
Крупнейший
healthcare of children.
метаанализ 2020
The
года,
biggest
который проводит Jordan
meta-analysis of
Smaller,
2020 that was
показал,
made
что именно
by Jordan
частота
Smaller had
доверительных
demonstrated
контактов с другими,
the
возможность поделиться
frequency of
своими
contacts with
чувствами,
other
мыслями и
people, the
переживаниями
ability to share
– это
their
фактор
feelings and
протектора
thoughts
против депрессии
is
номер
the
один.
main fighter against depression.
Вот, знаете, данные еще не опубликованных
This data is not published
исследований,
yet,
которые показывают,
and this
вместе,
data
что
demonstrates
именно субъектная позиция, ее
that
выражение,
the subject position
отрицательно коррелирует с симптомами
has a
депрессии,
negative
тревоги,
correlation with the
а
symptoms
объектная
of
позиция, то есть
depression. And
подчиняемая
the object,
позиция,
I
позиция
mean the
исполнителя,
underlying, the executor's position,
на высоком уровне значимости
has
коррелирует
this
с
very
симптомами
high level of
депрессии и
correlation with
симптомами
the
социальной
development of
тревожности.
depression and social anxiety
Также
symptoms.
хочу вам показать тоже недавние исследования факторов проблем
Recent
использования
studies
интернета
of
в подростковом и юношеском возрасте. Тоже
problematic
работа
internet
готовится
use
сейчас.
for
Смотрите,
child and adolescents. Again, this one is only prepared
если
to be
активное
published.
использование социальных сетей в развлекательных целях, а также для общения, вы
Many
понимаете,
children are
сколько
using internet
неблагоприятных
actively for
социальных
fun
событий
and for
сейчас
communication.
происходит, вот, когда дети зависают в социальных сетях, повышает риски проблемного использования интернета, а субъектная
That
позиция
actually
выражаемой деятельности,
increases the risk of
она
using
ведет к повышению
the
использования
internet even more and
для
more, which
обучения
brings
и
down their
снижению
ability of taking the
проблемного
subject position
использования
during the
интернета, то есть
educational process.
интернет-зависимости.
And
Мне
they are
кажется,
no
это
longer going
важнейшие
to
данные,
use the web
которые
for their
обязательно нужно
educational
учитывать.
purposes. I believe that's
Таким
a very
образом,
important thing that we have to
разрешите
consider
перейти к
also.
выводам с
With this,
позиции
let me
культурно-исторической
conclude.
психологии. Современная система образования, основанная на тестах, рейтингах и не
The
поддерживающая
modern
субъектную
system of
позицию ребенка
education,
находится в кризисе,
which is we can
который
see
был
today, is in the
уже
time of
до пандемии
crisis.
и
It existed
обострился в
before the
период
pandemic,
пандемии.
and it
Другая
became
же
more
крайность –
severe in the
это
time of
вот
pandemic.
такой щадящий режим, отсутствие обратной связи
Absence of
от
feedback
детей о качестве выполнения заданий,
about
умение
the
избежать любого
quality
напряжения, когда родители забирают детей
of
из школы, боятся
homework,
любого дискомфорта. Это
stress
также опасно, потому что
related
ни
to
то, ни другое
discomfort,
не способствует
are all
психическому
factors,
развитию, а
neither this
значит
nor that, make
психическому
contribution
здоровью.
to
Поэтому нам
mental
представляется, что
well-being
крайне
and
необходимо
mental
объединение
health.
усилий родителей,
So it's necessary to
учителей,
join the efforts
психологов,
of teachers,
администрации школ на основе
psychologists,
общих
administration
представлений
of
о
schools,
критериях
and relatives on
эффективной
the basis
помощи,
of common
которые
understanding
будут
of
способствовать развитию,
criteria
а
of
значит
support
психическому
that will
здоровью.
help promote and support psychological
И
health.
здесь перечислены, собственно говоря, эти
Here you can
критерии.
see the list of criteria.
Учет зоны ближайшего развития ребенка.
Taking into account
Предмет
the
Льву Семеновичу Выгодскому.
zone of child's development,
Установление
so the
отношений
nearest
сотрудничества.
circle. Then the establishment of cooperation
Поддержка
relations,
субъектной позиции ребенка.
support of
Развитие его
subjective position
рефлексивных
of a child,
способностей
development of
и
reflexive
осознанного
skills,
владения
and
способами действия.
knowing how to
Вот, собственно,
act
основные
and
принципы
navigate.
эффективной
These are the main
помощи
principles
психологической,
of
педагогической
efficient
любой помощи
educational,
детям.
pedagogical, emotional, and any type of
Ну и в
help.
заключение я хочу
And in
сказать, что
conclusion, just to wrap up my
совместно с Федерацией
presentation,
психологов
I want to
образования
tell you
наш
that we work
университет
together with the
за
Russian
время пандемии
Association
провел
of
30
Teacher.
всероссийских вебинаров, в
We
которых
organized
приняли
more
участие более
than
20 тысяч
30
человек из
webinars
85
where
субъектов Российской
20,000 people from
Федерации. И мы
85 entities
старались,
of Russia participated.
проводя эти
We did
семинары, помнить
our
вот
best
об этих принципах
to speak
исторической
about the
психологии,
principles
направленной на
of
поддержку развития
mental.
и психического
We try
здоровья.
to speak as much as possible about the means to support mental health. Thank you.
Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you
Вот
very
еще
much for your
одна работа
attention.
на
And here
английском
is
языке,
one
недавно
more
опубликованная в журнале
work
«Культура
which
исторической
was
психологии», где
published
мы
in
с Игорем
English
Юрьевичем Зарецким
in Cultural
постарались более
Historical
подробно
Psychology
обсудить вот эту триаду
journal. So we
образования,
tried to discuss the
развития и
relationship between
здоровья.
education, development, and health from cultural historical perspective. Thank you very much, Alla. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Holmagorova. Thank you for your forecasts. And now I'm happy to hand over to Joachim Quintio Iris, professor, founder and director of the Vygotsky Institute, doctor in psycholinguistics with graduation in clinical psychology, professor of psychotherapy at the Institute Vygotsky from Portugal. Are you here?
I'm here. Hello, good afternoon. So thank you very much. Good afternoon to my dear colleagues. I think I can share my presentation, or should I wait for the technician?
Share it, it doesn't work out.
I can, yeah? So sorry, I imagine you are a little tired, but I will be. Can you see now the PowerPoint? Thank
Yes.
you. So sorry, maybe you are tired, but my presentation is very simple and listen. So in our topic in promoting mental health in this century, this beautiful center with some good technologies, global and digital world, which permit us to be here today. So these last decades gave us some important instruments, and the new world began. But of course, there are also some changes that we have to pay attention in order to promote mental health and well-being. And as you know, in the last decades, the anxiety and obsessive compulsive as biggest incidents. And when you come back to see what changed in the last years and moved to the digital world, we maybe can realize that there are some important information you have to give as a mental health professionals to give to the parents and also to educational professionals who I think this didn't realize the importance of some aspects inside the development, psychological development. So play activity as an important role in the development and in promoting and push mental health. And this play activity, I choose to do this difference in the word play. Play, I put here in Portuguese word. In Portuguese language, we have two different words for play. You can use play, translate play as jogar, what means with rules, something like game in Portuguese, in English. And we can translate play as brincar, and brincar has no rules, and the topic is imagination. So we can talk about play in the meaning of imagination, or we can talk about play in the with the meaning of game. And this was already in the past, of course, as you can see here, but in the present is more mandatory that you pay attention to these different meanings of play. Today we are in our children's for 2 decades, in the play means more digital. It means referring to fingers, relating to fingers, interacting with peripheral, computer, cell phone, etc. What is different for play in the meaning of analogical? It means reproducing of something like the observed in the process that requires human intervention. If you pay attention for some other meanings and synonyms of these different meanings of play, you can see different contexts also. And of course, the opportunity to develop in the neuropsychological and personality way, and in order to prepare children and adolescents for the future as adults with mental health and well-being life, something missed today in the time of our children and the activity we propose to them. Of course, it's time to come back with important psychologists and pedagogues like Vygotsky, and I'm very happy to listen about historical-cultural approach in this presentation. It's important to go back to Vygotsky, read it again. Daniil Elkonin, Irina Kravtsova, Rita Mentulial, and so many other authors who give us so very important reflection to what is play, what the role of play in the development of children. And we will find some important topics to share with parents, to share with education professionals, and to help them to realize that something important is missing today, these last decades, and are contributing for the increase of anxiety and compulsive disorders and other difficulties for young adults. Of course, I'm very happy that you have this opportunity for digital global world. Again, it gave us the opportunity to be here today and to work in the very different and useful way. But it's important also to understand, and this is the challenge for psychologists who, of course, are more conscious about all this process and share with the society. It means parents, it means professionals of education, that 70% of the brain is self-regulated by activity in relation with other humans. When looking to child in the digital world today, of course, I have an optimistic idea. It develops attention, memory, visual spatial cognition, creativity, speed of fun, but also you have to put attention to some pessimistic aspects in order to help society to change it, to take all which is good for this digital world, but not included what can not be good. Of course, serious commitment to psychological development, addiction, aggressive behaviors and health problems, vision problems, sedentary lifestyle, posture, and including who introduced at the gaming disorder this new problem to cope. So child in the digital world, of course, is something good, not only child, but also adults in digital world can do beautiful things, amazing things. But important to make it very clear the difference in the role of play in the development and the differences in the different kinds of play that, in our opinion, parents and some professionals in education don't realize how it can be different. The play as a game and the play as an imagination. And also the idea of agency in the in play. Of course, we play for life, and object manipulative activity that promotes learning activity and psychological readiness to begin school. To remind all the time that development is function of communication between children and adults, and the importance from the dual position that Vygotsky spoke so many times. The dual position of play and as an object and subject activity. This dual position in play that interconnect play and imagination. Play activity is also a function of real, it means optical, and sense, imaginary fields. And let me to share with you an example from Vygotsky that Elena Kravtsova liked so much to share when she spoke about, each time she spoke about play. The example is from Vygotsky. A child, while playing in an hospital, is both crying as a patient and at the same time enjoying the game as a player. This example is very useful to us to understand the dual position of the play, the dual position that for me is very important. We share the idea with the parents and the educational professionals and everybody involved with the child development, because is not immediately for all people to realize this important aspect of play and how it can push the healthy development of children, allows the child to better understand himself, herself, as well as understanding the surrounding world. And of course, everybody understand how this can decrease the anxiety, fears, etc. So the basis of play itself as a development engine, but is needed that we share and help society to understand this important component of play, imagination. In the last 20 years, children lose this opportunity. They spend more time in another kind of play. Of course, it's fun also, but is like a game, electronic games, mobile phone games, and not imagination play. And in order to contribute for a society with good indices of mental health and well-being, in order to give our contribute to society for healthy development of our children, of course, we realize digital world is amazing and very useful for everybody, but it's important to realize that we, digital world needs to change the way the producers prepare it for children in order to again include imagination in play of our children. We have a new generation, the generation of digital play. No problem. This is very good. This is evolution. This is social, cultural evolution. It's very good. But it's important that we help people who are, which are producing this new digital world to understand the importance of agency in the development. Digital world can be reinvented and contribute to the development of children and adolescents and promoting citizenship. But it's important, it's mandatory, it's urgent that we change some aspects of this digital world in order to include play as imagination, play as agency, because these components of play are fundamental components of the development of human beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we'll continue. Следующий доклад.
We don't hear.
The next presentation. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
All right, great. The next presentation, Professor Tatiana Solovyova. She's director of the Institute of Childhood at Moscow Pedagogical State University. Training for defectologists in the context of modern requirements for special pedagogical practice. Are you here? She will present from the pre-recorded video, which we're going to put out now.
Добрый день. Тема
Good afternoon.
касается
The topic of
вопросов
my presentation
актуальных и стратегических задач
has
подготовки
to do with
дефектологов
strategic
на
preparation of
основе данных
defectologists.
современной педагогической практики. Учитель-дефектолог,
The
учитель-логопед
defectologist or
это
a
один вид
speech
должностей,
specialist is still the
специальностей, и
same
даже
person.
этим специальностям посвящена единая статья в квалификационном справочнике.
There is this single article
Однако,
in
несмотря на
the
небольшой объем этой статьи, функционал специалистов меняется,
medical
развивается
worker.
не только
Even
эволютивным,
though
но и
those are
интуитивным
the
путем.
same articles, but
В
the
сегодняшний
specialities
день
are different and evolving
вызовы
in a
современной
different paths.
практики
These
заключаются в
days, the challenges
необходимости
of modern practice
подготовки
are about the
учителей-дефектологов с
preparation of
увеличенным числом профилей.
defectologists with
Если
a
мы
bigger
обратим
number of
внимание
profiles.
на направление подготовки специалистов
Compared, we'll find
образования
out that that
педагогической
is a
науки,
separate
то
one
увидим, что никаких профилей обязательных за ним не
from
закреплено.
a
Именно
quality of
могут
sound.
летнему бакалавриату или магистратуре. Если мы говорим о введении и четкой регламентации профилей, то тогда становится понятно, что речь идет о подготовке специалистов, готовых и способных к обучению, воспитанию, сопровождению детей с нарушениями
So we're
слуха.
talking about the
Традиционно
preparation of
это
specialists
учителя
who are able
дефектологи,
to work with children
сурдопедагоги, зрением
with
учителя дефектологи, тифлопедагоги. Необходимы педагоги для работы с детьми с интеллектуальными нарушениями. Подготовка таких специалистов ведется. Преимущественно это Москва и Санкт-Петербург в связи с наличием в этих городах научно-педагогических школ в крупных вузах. Но кроме этого есть необходимость в подготовке дефектологов по новым профилям. Есть отдельный ряд магистерских программ, которые уже сегодня позволяют это делать. Это специалисты, способные работать с детьми с расстройствами аутистического спектра. Это учителя-дефектологи, готовые к сопровождению детей с нарушениями опорно-двигательного аппарата и комплексными нарушениями. Это, конечно, специалисты, которые могут успешно взаимодействовать с семьей и сопровождать ее в службах ранней помощи. Специалисты, готовые работать в системе дошкольного образования, в том числе инклюзивного. Возрастает спрос на учителей-дефектологов, способных к проектированию специальных индивидуальных программ развития для детей с тяжелыми множественными нарушениями
Вы не были
развития.
сегодня на нашей секции, нет? Не
Вот
присутствовали?
эта многопрофильная подготовка является вызовом и на сегодняшний день
Значит, мне пришлите 2-3
инструментом
названия прям сразу. Давайте
решения
начнем с
вот
названия.
такой действительно значимой
Ну,
отраслевой
пришлите,
задачи
давайте.
становится профессиональный стандарт педагога-дефектолога. Проект его, разработанный в инициативном порядке Институтом коррекционной педагогики
Борис.
совместно с ведущими вузами
The
России,
interpretation is impossible because one of the
в
speakers
том
is
числе образовательными,
thank you.
сегодня проходит стадию обсуждения и
These
рассмотрения.
days, many
Он
educational
представляет
curriculums
собой
are under
структурированный
discussion.
по общепрофессиональным трудовым функциям вариант стандарта,
The
который
standard
даст
is now being
рамки
amended and is
дальнейших
now
профилей.
structured
Вы
and is
хорошо
adequate to
знаете
the development
роль
of
профессионального стандарта и область его
the
применения.
profession.
Это
You are
подготовка
well
студентов
aware
в
that the
системе
main role
высшего
of professional
образования.
standard is
Причем
to prepare
высшего,
students
потому что учителей
in the
дефектологов
higher
готовят
educational
только
institutions.
в вузах.
The defectologists are only prepared
И с
in the
этим есть и
universities.
определенная трудность, связанная с
There are also
определением
difficulties.
компетенции дефектологической для
Difficulties in
студентов,
defining what
которые
competences are
освоили программу
there
по
for
другим
the
направлениям
students
подготовки.
that have learned and have
Профессиональная
studied through the
переподготовление
program,
деятельности в
vocationalists and defectologists with a
ситуации против подготовку в ВУЗе
scientific
сконцентрированы в
staff
Санкт-Петербурге и Москве.
are concentrated in
А
St.
система
Petersburg and in
распределения
times.
на всю
It
страну
was very
несколько
useful
год
to,
приводит к
prepare
тому,
specialists for the whole
что
country. This system is now
влияние
absent
кадров
specialists, and that's why we see
особенно
the lack
остро
of
ощущается
proper staff
дефицит
in the
учителей
regions.
тифлопедагогов,
We see
сурдопедагогов,
a lot of
учителей,
deficit
способных к работе с детьми с
in
интеллектуальным нарушением. И, конечно, учителей
tiflopedagogics
психологов,
and
которые готовы работать в команде по сопровождению
as
людей
well
с
as
расстройствами
surdopedagogy
аутистического
and
спектра.
deaf education and people who are willing and able
Ответом на
to work
решение данной
with
задачи может
children with
стать
different disabilities.
реализация сетевых программ в
What
системе
can help
высшего и определенные модули. И при зачислении на данную программу
the
студентов
network
в одном или в
programs
другом
are
регионе они
there.
обучаются по общей сетевой программе.
Mr.
Они
Foreman,
часть
unfortunately, we seem to have
часть
problems with
модулей
interpretation. We're trying to
осваивают в
contact the
рамках
technical staff so that
собственного
they would
вуза,
improve that.
а часть модулей, в том числе с использованием электронных образовательных ресурсов, дистанционных образовательных технологий, они осваивают с привлечением профессорско-преподавательского состава вуза-партнера. Еще одной значимой актуальной задачей является деятельность дефектолога в условиях конвергентной и не только в связи с периодом вынужденного удаленного обучения, а не дистанционного, как это называют, это не совсем точно, который возник в результате необходимости введения в отношении детей с
I'm
особыми
very
образовательными
sorry, we still
потребностями,
have these technical
активные
problems
инструменты
here. That seems to be
включения
caused by
их
the
в культуру
videos, and
становятся
we are
наиболее
trying to solve
востребованными.
that now.
Для детей с нарушениями опорно-двигательного аппарата становятся возможными лабораторные работы в форме, если они виртуальные, становятся доступными виртуальные экскурсии, становится возможным оперирование разными объектами через специальные симуляторы и тренажеры, когда имеющиеся нарушения функциональные компенсируются за счет встроенного программного
I
обеспечения
know, and I'm
определенных
sorry about
технологий.
this,
Это
and
действительно
that's
новая
why we're
возможность
hearing
и
echo as
абсолютно
well, but
сегодня уже реально существующие
that's up
в
to
образовательных
technicians to
организациях.
improve that.
В
Unfortunately, we're
рамках
trying to reach the
национального проекта
technicians right now.
образования федеральный проект «Современная школа» помогает меняться коррекционным отдельным образовательным организациям и создавать абсолютно современные оснащенные пространства, в том числе направленные и на социальную адаптацию, и на раннюю профориентацию и профессиональное обучение. Такие школы действительно успешно, удачно выделяются в ряду других субъектов. Они современными становятся во всех смыслах, в том числе речь идет об обновлении и привлечении новых специалистов. Традиционно учителя-дефектологи успешно решают задачи обучения, коррекции, воспитания в конкретной предметной среде, когда все определенным образом структурировано, начиная с организации кабинета, с расставлением мебели, с определением речевых опор, наглядных опор, той визуальной среды, которая окружает ребенка, начиная с количества детей, их расположения, присутствия взрослых, его расположения в пространстве, сменяемости видов. Понятно, что в центре взаимодействия между педагогом и ребенком. Но без специальной среды изолированное взаимодействие не столь эффективно. Именно это мы видим в формировании иных компетенций у педагога, который теперь должен быть способен к проектированию вот этого виртуального пространства для организации взаимодействия в нем. Активно обсуждаются технологии искусственного интеллекта сегодня в образовании. Обсуждается распределение полномочий между педагогом и человеком, который отвечает за сопровождение личностного развития ребенка, за решение самых значимых задач образования, и технологиями искусственного интеллекта, которым отводится узкая роль, достаточно часто встречающейся, тривиальной проверки, оценки, текущего контроля за индивидуальной успеваемостью обучающегося. Вопросы формирования личности, вопросы включения, вовлечения в деятельность не могут быть вопросами, которые отдаются технологии. Это вопросы, которые остаются в руках у взрослого, у профессионала высокой квалификации, которым является в нашем случае учитель-дефектолог. А в части особых детей, когда возможность составления микрогрупп, иногда в которые входит один всего ребенок или два, ограничена, и мы не можем в данном случае говорить о каких-то общих программах на весь класс. У нас иногда количество программ обучения равно количеству детей, находящихся в данной группе. И иногда эти программы существенно отличаются не только по задачам, а значит результатам обучения, но и по структурным элементам, наличию, отсутствию специальных предметов, сроков их изучения, наличию, отсутствию целых крупных тематических блоков и так далее. Поэтому эта задача всегда будет задачей дефектолога. Но использовать эту технологию, оперировать ей, применять ее, включать, этому нужно и профессионального мышления, и профессионального поведения, опирающегося на новые формы взаимодействия специалистов, которые используют разный профессиональный язык. Такие возможности подготовки сегодня разрабатываются. Есть исследования сегодня, в том числе защищаемые докторские диссертации, которые направлены на такую междисциплинарную, мультидисциплинарную подготовку или даже трансдисциплинарную подготовку студентов, когда вместе проходят практику или обучают студенты, которые учатся по разным направлениям подготовки и занимаются напрямую не связанной работой, например, IT-технологиями и дефектологией. Почему это становится важным? Потому что необходимость ежедневной коммуникации с такими специалистами возрастает и будет возрастать. Это будущее, если не наступившее уже сегодня. Если это так, то в содержании подготовки студентов надо их изучать не IT-технологии, не компьютерную грамотность, а изучать современные средства, возможности их использования, понимание, какие специалисты в помощь, знание их функционала, умения и конкретные практические формы взаимодействия с такими специалистами для отбора вот таких ассистивных инструментов организации деятельности наших детей. Еще одним, конечно, вызовом времени является так называемая теледефектология. Нет такого термина. Я его привожу для того, чтобы в вашем сознании возник смежный термин телемедицина, который является закрепленным, прописанным и нормативно отрегулированным видом деятельности специалистов. В части работы учителя-дефектолога данное направление является новым. Мы понимаем, что не имея возможности непосредственного доступа, а в нашем случае прямой физический контакт с ребенком и взаимодействие с ним,
now are working remotely, and when we don't have this, physical.
Нет возможности увидеть изнутри специфику организации семейного обучения и воспитания, особенность взаимодействия ребенка с разными детьми и взрослыми в разных ситуациях, увидеть и проверить все наши необходимые обучающие инструменты, чтобы оценить и выявить самое главное – потенциальные возможности ребенка, его семьи, которые становятся опорой в коррекционно-развивающей работе. Тогда как это должно быть организовано? Это значит, вы можете получить такую информацию только от специалистов, сопровождающих такого ребенка непосредственно. Умение вести вот такие онлайн-консилиумы с привлечением внешних специалистов, умение включения дефектологов вот в такие мультидисциплинарные команды в условиях востребованного сегодня направления. Почему оно востребовано? Прежде всего, конечно, дефицит кадров. Дефицит высокопрофессиональных кадров, и связан он, как не только в дефектологии, но во многих научных отраслях знаний в России и в мире, с дефицитом научно-педагогических кадров, способных таких специалистов готовить, с дефицитом кадров, способных не просто выступать экспертами, экспертов сегодня много, а предлагать конкретные решения, разрабатывать научно обоснованные, в нашем случае, образовательные продукты. Это тоже важнейшая составляющая. И, конечно, дефектолог отличается от учителя, многим отличается. Проектированием программ. Учитель-дефектолог имеет особую компетенцию, связанную с проектированием индивидуальных программ обучения детей. Нет такой необходимости с такой частотой, глубиной и качеством взаимодействия с разными людьми, отбором задач, с такой частотой обновления это делать у учителя или психолога. Такая необходимость есть исключительно у дефектолога. От качества программирования ожидаемых результатов с учетом дробности, малых шагов в их достижении зависит успех организации деятельности. Сначала грамотное проектирование, сначала отбор, планирование деятельности, среды, задач, первых и последующих встреч, взаимодействие его частоты со всеми участниками образовательных отношений и только потом творческий поиск. И, конечно, любовь к детям. Но начинаем мы с грамотности, с профессионализма и высокого уровня владения технологиями программирования образовательных результатов. Это основа деятельности. После профессионального мышления и, конечно, профессионального поведения. В этом комплексе задач, о которых мы говорим, становится важным разрабатывать новые программы. И заказ, государственный заказ на это есть. Министерством просвещения Российской Федерации инициирована работа по созданию обновленных программ в том числе с учетом программы нового проекта «Педагог-дефектолог профстандарта». Занимается этим Московский педагогический государственный университет, который в настоящее время разрабатывает как раз программу подготовки учителей-дефектологов, способных к работе с детьми с расстройствами аутистического спектра. Я надеюсь, что вот эта мультидисциплинарность будет находиться и жить, и появится не только в вузах, но и станет реальностью сотрудничества, прямого сотрудничества,
but would become also a reality.
техники, технологий цифровых информационных технологий в образовании. Я желаю вам успехов в обсуждении этих проблем и благодарю за внимание к проблемам обучения особых детей. Всего вам доброго, до свидания.
Коллеги, я думаю, наш
Dear colleagues,
привет и благодарность Татьяне Александровне коллеги передадут.
I think that our thanks and gratitudes will be given to Tatiana.
Подвести итоги нашей секции, но прежде чем это сделать,
And well, before we conclude our sessions, probably someone has to comment or do something
Виталий
about it.
Владимирович, микрофон, микрофон.
My microphone is turned on. You can hear me well.
слышно? Слышно, да?
Yes.
У меня включен микрофон. Слышно, да?
Мы слышим все.
Коллеги, я бы говорю, у нас осталось
Dear
несколько
colleagues, we have like several minutes
нашей секции, нашего пленарного заседания. Прежде чем завершить его, я хотел бы предложить, может быть, кто-то хотел бы какие-то итоговые...
Before we conclude, I just want to know whether you have some ideas or thoughts to share. Anyone, please?
I think, in fact, we only have 1 minute, and that's maybe time to thank
Okay.
us all,
So in
and
this
especially
case,
the translators. It was difficult because sometimes it's not easy. People speak fast, and therefore it's complicated, but they did a great job. So I guess we can really thank us all and thank them very much.
Okay, so maybe, Christine, you want to say few words for conclusion of the section. Коллеги, ну тогда я подведу итог, очень короткий, да?
Well, let me now make a very brief conclusion. Really, we have like 1 minute. Generally, the whole issue of psychological and psychiatric health of children and adolescents, well, that's a very important one. There's a lot to talk about. Today, we talked about this subject, and we talked a lot about the way the educational system should be transformed. We have to transform it so that it would be adequate to the current environment. And that's the only way to keep the health, to preserve the health of growing generations. I want to thank all the participants of the plenary session. Thank you for your materials, for your inputs. I want to thank my colleague, Christine. Thank you so much for co-chairing. That was a pleasure, even though we were talking remotely. And I want to thank the organizers. Thank you so much for inviting us here. Thank you for doing everything that you could for hosting us such comfortably here. Thank you very much, and I wish you luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Спасибо, до свидания. Thank you. Пусть они не будем оставаться.
Алла, добрый день, это Альбина. Алла, привет. Скажи, пожалуйста, а как можно с тобой связаться? Мы бы хотели тебя пригласить на круглый стол, и я не знаю, у меня нет твоих контактов.
I'm here and would like to listen to what you're saying. I hope that you follow us attentively. And we would like to have a sincere discussion with you because all the participants of plenary session are good friends. We know each other for a long time. We are also common thinkers. On Friday evening, we came together at the Congress to speak about inclusive education. I really hoped to see here some familiar faces. Tatiana is here. Natalia is also here. I hope that Elena will join us soon. If you have joined us already, then please don't forget to switch on the camera so that we can see your faces. Evgenia Zhukova is also on the program, and I was happy to see her. And of course, the most wonderful and important thing is to make sure that our colleague from Thailand hears and sees us. So, Mr. Natanun Siriharen, are you here?
Он в списке участников есть.
Hi. Hi. I'm Natanan from Thailand. สวัสดีครับ
Прекрасно, прекрасно. Great, great.
From Bangkok, Thailand.
I look you. Thank you.
Thank
Ну
you.
что, да, тогда, синхронный перевод будет, Владимир?
All right, simultaneous interpretation is being provided, right?
Может быть, Владимир Иванович, скажите, пожалуйста, будет синхронист, переводчик?
Is there simultaneous interpretation provided? Yes, the simultaneous interpretation is provided. Yes, the interpreter is working right now. Everything is fine. I'm checking it. And the first presentation, according to the program, is yours. Yes, it's mine. So I wanted to start with some introduction remarks, just to understand how many speakers managed to join the conference. Right, so now I can see that we have 3 participants, right? Okay, 3 participants and me being the 4th. That's great. Then let's start. And I will share my screen. So I hope that we will manage to work in Zoom. Zoom is a platform that we have used to exploit here in Russia, and our international participants also know how to use Zoom platform. So Zoom platform complies with all of requirements of a modern conference.
Презентации не видно. Вы демонстрацию экрана включили?
Я все сделала.
Don't forget to share your screen. Yes, now we can see your screen. And don't be so strict with me, please. You're being a very strict moderator. I'm just kidding, of course. That was a joke. But I hope that you can see my presentation now. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can. Absolutely great. All right, so I wanted to discuss an important topic with you, and it's great that we have good friends here among the participants. Hopefully, the level of our discussion will be high. Some years ago, the notion of inclusive education was introduced at the legislative level. So we would like to draw some conclusions and we want to think about what happened We can see that inclusive education develops in waves. Sometimes it develops really fast, sometimes it stops, and sometimes for a certain period of time, it's standing still. And our reflection is highly required. So we ask ourselves questions. Why is inclusive education developing in such a way? It is determined as a dynamically developing process, but here in Russia, it develops differently with different stakeholders, with different activity of non-profit, non-governmental organizations and professional communities. So when you think about it all, you want to make some records. All the discussions happening around the problems of inclusive education sometimes last for years, and sometimes they take a lot of time. Sometimes new ideas are born within the framework of them. Sometimes the ideas are abandoned. Maybe at the beginning the ideas seemed evident and then they became rejected. It's not a scientific kind of a presentation with the scientific data. My presentation is more like a reflection. I was given only 15 minutes, and I'm sure that you are not newcomers to the topic. I believe that I am in the right place to assess the story. Definitely, we need to find means and solutions to improve the discourse and to impact our debates in a positive way. A lot of problems are being resolved today with the help of tensions or problems, but we want to find some proper ways to resolve the problems. But first of all, just for you to better understand my point of view, I want to share three phrases with you. First, inclusion is not a project, it's a systematic solution, and it's a political solution which was taken at the level of the government and uh, fixed in the legislation. So we do not discuss our attitude to this regulatory fixed idea. We just need to act accordingly, and we need to go in this area. It's a really important topic because again and again we go back in our discussions to the idea of inclusion, the idea of inclusion as it is, how it reflects the humanitarian values of the whole community. Because for many, many years, we lived in a different mindset, and the new attitude to inclusion sometimes separates group of people. My opinion number two is about the following. We cannot speak about inclusion as some kind of a social romantic thing. We all understand that the idea of inclusive education is a professional task. So it requires not only the understanding of a humanitarian trend, which is pinnacled by it, but it's also about a new aspect of such social constructs. It also requires our actions and not only discussions. I started to say more and more often, let's talk about inclusion. Why? Because we can see that many people have wrong opinions about it that manage our mindset, not only mass media, but the whole community developing the idea of inclusion should constantly raise the discussions and communications about inclusion at different platforms to raise awareness and to pass a proper message, the very essence of the inclusion and inclusive education. And my thesis number three, which determines my point of view, is that it's not only an idea which changes the social institutes, it's a code of social equality and integrity of society. The conference the sixth international conference will be held in October. Is called Inclusive Education and Society. We definitely understand that we will not be able to realize inclusion in education as a social institute if we do not open or destroy the systematic and institutional borders, if we do not introduce the interests of different stakeholders and relatives in order to transform the education for the benefit of inclusion. I do not want to speak about things in details, but here are some points of tension that we can observe, and they trigger conflicts. So I will show you what information I used to come to this conclusion. 8 to 9 years passed, and still the discussions about inclusive education are always tense. They always trigger discussions and disputes where there are opposing and opponents, despite the fact that inclusion is already fixed in the regulation. First, there is a tension between the school and the relatives. And I want to tell you that it happens at every level, at the level of each practical case where you have specific teachers, specific director, and specific parents, and up to civil negotiations where there is a Russian organization of parents. Of children with disabilities and the Russian government. At any level, tension can happen. Parents of children with disabilities are not consolidated, and sometimes if they come together, they can share their point of view all together if they join their efforts. The second tension happens right inside of the system, where the emergence of norm happens. There are requirements and there are practical states. So that is like the task and what you have in the task. The task is formulated, and now let's have a look what happens inside of it. So what do we have here? Not much. Social and economic aspect, the deficit that directors and teachers are talking about. Directors sometimes have to protect the idea of special educational conditions, say that sometimes it's more difficult to comply with the requirements. You have a big gap between what you have and what is needed right inside of the system. It's a point of tension. The third point of tension is about the status and its regulator and distributor of financial opportunities and other things related to different groups of children. We work on the basis of applications, and all of our documents have advisory documents. They are prepared in the form of recommendations which has an impact on all the stakeholders. We basically live according to the principle of agreement, and any agreement is based on trust, development of relations between different groups of people, so such things can be important. Right. Then we need to speak about negotiating skills of managers and directors. They should take away the tension, but they sometimes cannot do it. And point number 4 is that the standard is created, the norm is set and announced. But unfortunately, I repeat, unfortunately, in many regions of the Russian Federation, people do not comply with it. So controlling bodies are highly required. There are right protecting organizations that protect the right of children to have education and that protect the rights of parents to choose the form of education, which is, by the way, described in the federal law. It's another point of tension. Didn't want to comment all the interpretations of the notion inclusion. They are absolutely diverse. Everything related to the interdisciplinary approach to inclusion has to be mentioned. It's a big system, and the efficiency and quality of the inclusion process in education depends much on interdisciplinary approach. And so here you can see the data from 2020 and the share of inclusion. This data was represented to the government of Russia in July 2021. The data are truly interesting, starting from 2012 and up to 2018, we can see a progress. Every year, the number of children with disabilities increase, and the share of inclusion, and that is the share of children with limited abilities of health and disabilities taken from common group of children at this or that level. So here you can see that the share of inclusion decreases from level to level. This is the information from the federal data bank. Have a look at different status. The information is so that a child can be a disabled person but not have the status of a person with limited abilities. So it's all related to the situations when children cannot go to a general education, to professional education, because at the level of general education, they have the status of a child with limited health abilities, and at the next level, you only gain preferences when you have disabilities. So different notions, and that's why on the edges between different levels, we have problems. And unfortunately, the principle of continuity does not work. We cannot ensure the methodological principle which serves as a basis of the inclusion in the system of education. Till today, a big problem and a significant challenge is the tension and the share of children that stay at home, that are not included in the educational process.
Ключевой вопрос и вопрос, который сегодня так и
The
не
key question, which is not regulated today, is the question of main category. 2 years ago, we created a draft law with the category of children with disabilities, children with limited abilities for education, and they told us no. So they said that from the economical point of view, we cannot introduce in the legislation the category of children or students with special educational needs. They simply told us it was not possible. We understand that it's a medical model that we use today, the status that we use today, limited abilities of health, and medical experts say we don't know what it means, a person with limited health abilities. And teachers who use this notion also do not understand what health here is about. Because according to the principle of inclusion is not about the diagnosis, but the social dynamics in the group of children. So this kind of polyphony creates problems. It's not a discussion about the terms, but it's an important model of inclusive education development in our country. At each step of development, new and new problems and discussions appear. It seems to us that we cannot come to agreement between each other in order to go further to develop inclusive education along the whole vertical, starting with the early assistance and ending with the higher education. So I would like to skip this slide It's absolutely important for me today. Well, if you read the standard word by word, where the inclusive model is described as a joint education, but the more I work with practitioners, the more they say joint education, and the director of a very good Moscow school, a young person said, yeah, we have children with disabilities, they come to the classrooms and we implement the model of joint education. It's a formal story. Yeah, we have children like that in the classes, they sit there. We have children like that in the classes, but this kind of a model makes the whole content and idea of the inclusive education more poor. We have a whole basket of inclusive technologies and a whole lot of elements of inclusive education which are not used. And the last thing that I'd like to share with you is as follows. Today, again and again, we create inclusive education for children with special educational needs, limited health abilities, and disabilities, but we do not still have a universal model. We don't see the importance of universal design for our methods and forms of education. It is especially important now at the lessons universal design of education, when you can take into account the needs of all the people. Again and again, we tend to forget about proper distribution of funds and professional resources. Here you can see the data from different research. The data from the All Russian Organization of Children with Disabilities. It was a research related to the requirements of children. So lawyers also took part in that research, and they came up with the main contradictions of inclusive environment. So here you can see that there's a number of problems described in research like that. So some solutions appear at the level of communities, community of parents, community of lawyers that describe it. Because if you violate the regulatory fixed law, it's bad, and we cannot comply with the regulations of the federal law on education, so we have to manage our discussions in a proper way. Parents do not get what they have to get from the school, they do not build a dialogue with the school, and the school cannot use principles of cooperation with parents, and because of that, we have judicial proceedings.
You see what is needed for that. Most importantly, the most important response that we see today, the most important idea is complex measures. That's another specific of today. Complex measures that aim to intensively solve all the problems all together, financial and educational at the same time. That principle that we call with permission of parents is again contributing to kind of disruption between parents and educational institutions. You can see the visualization of how this conflict looks like. The parents do not agree. They do not agree to the suggestions of the school. They do not agree to psychological and medical pedagogical evaluation. The school is passive and they are not proactive. They do not create special environment. They do not adapt their curriculum, and then the kid is just there present, and that's all. There's just it's just there for he or she is just there for a year or two, and it's not really about the conflict, it's about the effect of this conflict, and the effect is in the quality of education, the quality of education for this kid specifically, and for efficiency of this educational institution. And it all starts actually, with us not being able to cooperate and us not being able to speak, to negotiate with parents and with parents of special children. That's the data from a large monitoring that we've made. 62% of parents today do not agree with the conclusions of psychological commissions. How do we work with this? Well, I don't really know. Principle of universality. Last time when we were discussing this at the expert seminar dedicated to the universal educational design to binary lessons that should be properly developed and included in methodology of inclusive education. Unfortunately, we've been hearing this for a lot of time already. We're not ready for this. We do not understand, or like we do not have money, and so on and so forth. And that's a permanent fight that we have to carry on. We have to keep discussing and we have to teach them and try and transform their vision of the world. As long as we only work following this strategy for disabled people, for special children, as long as we're working like this, we're permanently segregating the people, the children from the whole community of people. And that's still segregation. And everything that we do shall consider all children altogether. Yes, I do agree with special educational conditions. Yes, individual support, that's of course very important, individual and targeted work with with a kid. But when we talk about educational environment and its intensity, when we talk about some collective resources, we still have to use universal approach here. Very briefly, I mentioned that already before. This thesis related to ecology and inclusively. We will talk about this quite a lot because well, we skipped it somehow, we missed it in our legislation. We shouldn't be focused on the diagnosis, we should be focused on the social dynamics. In this situation, social dynamics is our common goal. How are we actually achieving this goal? What efforts of the teacher, of the mentor, we're achieving this goal? What pedagogical technologies during the class are there to help us achieve that dynamics, that joint work? That's another conversation, but we have to define that goal. Please stick to timing. And the last thing, Strategy 2030, that's an interdepartmental comprehensive plan for the development of inclusive education and special creation of special educational environment. That's a very big interdisciplinary document that will be signed by the government. It is now reviewed by all the departments related to that. We're talking about the long-term projects, about 10 years, that would define the development of inclusive education in the country. That document is a strategic one. We remember the foresight session that ended up with this document. We understand that by 2030, when the decree from 2015 will be finished, remember back then there was a decree on development of an inclusive society in the country that brought up all those ministerial efforts that were there to build the inclusive environment. So by 2030, we will make conclusions and we'll see what we've achieved. Foresight has said that we will work in the model of coexisting of two systems. And that's the right strategy, actually. There will be so-called correctional schools, and that's the right thing to do, but also inclusive education will keep evolving. We are very far from achieving that goal. Forecasting for 10 years that's not always very, efficient. And I believe that we have to speak constructively because we'll end up talking for many years without achieving any results. Of course, the conversation itself is a good instrument to develop our brains, but to widen our views, but without any specific decisions, we will never achieve results. That would be the end of my presentation. If there are any questions, if there is any time, I can take a couple of questions. Thank you. Svetlana, we can continue. If we receive questions, then we will ask them then. All right, now I shall stop sharing. Okay. And also, please present the next one. All right, let's follow the agenda. Dear colleagues, now I want to give the floor to Tatiana if she's ready. Yes, I am. Thank you, Svetlana. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Happy to see all of you. Just give me a second. I'm going to put on my presentation. Can you see it? Yes, we can. Thank you very much for this title. Okay. All right. Hello again, dear colleagues. I sincerely thank you for giving me the chance to, participate in this very high level event. As Svetlana just said, we wish that this would be a dialogue. And thank you for giving the teaching staff also the vote here in this solving of psychological problems. That's very important for the development of inclusive practice. Now, I'm going to be speaking about this most important problem of values, meanings of team approach in inclusive education. Can I please introduce you so that our viewers would have full information? Tatiana Kuzmichova, Doctor of Pedagogical Sciences, Director of the Psychological and Pedagogical Institute at the Murmansk Arctic State University. Now, please keep speaking. Thank you so much. Coming back to my presentation, that's a researcher view of the understanding of values, senses, and ways to build a team approach in inclusive education. It's obvious that if one wants to work in inclusive environments, one needs new kind of specialists. We understand that really well. We staff members of the university. So that's what we are needed. First, we need psychologists and teachers. I want to note that if we work in inclusive strategy, usually the biggest difficulty is in professional interaction. The biggest difficulty is usually in understanding the specifics of development of various people with various requirements. Teachers, defectologists, psychologists don't always understand the needs of this kind of children. I want to now present the model of how to prepare a teacher and a psychologist at the same time, how to prepare them both to work in inclusive environment. That is an inclusive one. That's the program that is now implemented in our university. Why do we need this model? It actually works for a future psychologist and teacher to get and helps them to get this experience of interaction. It is very needed just to make the educational process of a special kid truly efficient. We believe that we have to teach them do that at the level of university because they have to work at the same level and speak the same language. The students get this experience of interaction through solving some important goals, some important problems together. Do you see it now? Well, first, these goals and those problems are about understanding the specifics of an individual psychological and social development of a kid, as well as the problem of joint adaptation of their professional skills to individual specifics of a disabled student. There is a need to individualize educational programs of disabled children. We have to give them the understanding of how exclusive this modern kid is. That is why we really need this new empirical data of about modern kid. We have this new understanding of a new view on fundamental laws on psychology. You will agree with me in saying that psychological laws about social and cultural rational, it has a fundamental importance to understand the whole logics of why our profession should function, even though these are psychological questions, but also for teachers, that's very important. The law about the integrity of pedagogical process. All of these are crucially important for both teacher and psychologists. And that's the inclusive education that builds that field for integration of teacher and psychologists. Only this makes it possible for them to learn all the needs of the special kid. Just to make it possible for them to work together, we keep our study ongoing. We see how those interactions are happening in our city and around it. So that's kind of an experimental study that we launched in 2020 and 2021. Teachers of a general profile working in inclusive environments and psychologists working in inclusive environments were working together in this study. Who were the experts to evaluate the results of the study? Well, the teachers of Psychological and Pedagogical University of Mormon's Arctic State University. After considering every specific case, the experts also made an observation of the way the teacher and psychologist was interaction. So they were trying to identify the main difficulties to interact with the kid, and we also elaborated certain criteria. These criteria were used to classify the professional behavior of a teacher and a psychologist within their interaction. I'm not going to go into details over there, but I'm going to say the following. When we use this criteria, we could classify the interaction into 5 different groups: isolation, chaotic movement, obligatory union, a conscious unity, and a true cooperation. Only 9.7% of all the people interacting were truly cooperating when they unified their efforts in order to overcome the kids' difficulties. That's only the case when the professional dialogue is taking place. That dialogue that makes it possible to agree about the needs and difficulties of this kid. Only through true cooperation it is possible to differentiate the responsibility of every specialist. The analysis of their professional education made it possible to define, well, different challenges and objectives. I'm going to briefly speak about them. Well, first, they don't have common motivation. There is no motivation to interact between them. If we're talking about chaotic movements, well, when not having any order, every single one of them was insisting on their point of view. And nevertheless, the goals were reached together. The green one, the necessary union, well, that was obvious, and it was characterized by the lack of motivation and a very pragmatic approach to the achievement of the goals. It was actually more about the administration pushing their interaction. A conscious union, well, that was about objectivation of their emotional obstacles, but they weren't really very productive at interaction, so they couldn't properly solve the problem, and in the case of every kid. So we see that the least frequent is the most productive here, the true cooperation. This analysis has demonstrated that this day we have to keep searching for the ways to cooperate, for we have to keep searching for the ways to teach them how to cooperate, teachers and psychologists, the defectologists, and all of them. We don't really have a proper way of interaction to offer them. When we speak about this kind of professional competences, we believe the flexibility is the most important of those.
Психологам для совместной деятельности. Мы
Some
предлагаем
competencies which are required, and such as an ability to see changes in behavior, an ability to distribute attention between children, an ability to change your professional approaches depending on behavior of children, and an ability to distribute attention among different children with the use of emotional help, teaching help, and teachers that have to implement frontal stratagem, and an ability to bring together different formats of education and upbringing. Such flexible professional skills, as a matter of fact, reflect the ways to achieve necessary educational goals thanks to the adaptation of the content of education, the program itself, and with regard to specific features of individual development. So psychologists and teachers in their interaction should focus not only at the didactic content of the lesson and how well children with disabilities can handle it. It's also important whether they can fulfill the tasks or not, whether the children are attentive or not. These are, of course, very important factors of behavior during the education, but at the same time, there is a psychological educational basis of common activity for bringing together the activity of the teacher and the child. That will help us to have an individual track within the framework of inclusive education. One of the instruments to have such a cooperation is the individual monitoring of child's development. So the future psychologists and teachers can organize monitoring together. They can learn theory together. One of them is technology of monitoring, for example, and then they work together, and it's necessary to organize internships. So here you can see the stages of monitoring for individual psychological and social development of a student. The stages are like that: collection of information on the basis of dynamic monitoring, when the assessment of indicators is performed constantly, analysis of activity products, and joint interpretation and summary of diagnostics and their transformation into pedagogical tasks. I'd like to pay special attention to the fact that this model is based on functional diagnosis. A model developed by Mr. Korobeinikov. Functional diagnosis allows to individualize the strategy between the cooperation of children and grown-ups and present a way to maintain a student in the educational situation. So here you can see the diagnostic scheme that the teachers and psychologists can work with. It's not the only one. So it's for children with limited abilities. And we know and we can see that this kind of scheme is implemented in the course of monitoring organized together by psychologist and teacher. So individualization of child's development allows the students to get a full diagnostic information, which is proven by the indicators of behavior information about the development of a child. So it's about effective and personal aspects of a child inability to work and concentrate. And then psychologists work on the basis of common parameters. They have to agree on them depending on different categories of students with limited abilities of health and disabilities. They receive answers to the questions related to the difficulties in the education. So here you can see different schools and you can see that scores can be different. Sometimes they're the same. These are the answers to various questions: why students are not active, why they cannot concentrate their attention, why they cannot focus, why they show aggressiveness or other types of behavior in different situations. In this case, at analytical sessions, they can analyze specific cases of educational behavior of children. And then on the basis of such qualitative and quantitative indicators of individual development, teachers and psychologists make a hierarchy of difficulties and visualize the results in the form of an individual profile of a student, identifying problems and resources. The strategy of cooperation between a teacher and a psychologist is longitudinal, meaning that the results of the diagnostics are an integral part of professional tuning of activity of a teacher and psychologist, which had to be taken into account when you design the individual educational pathway. When psychologists and teachers get individual information, and we know that they have their functions, and psychologists, for example, can organize experimental and psychological surveys, teachers can repeatedly return to the records, recordings of the lessons. We are talking about the training of psychologists and teachers now, and so you can see that they have to transform the individualized information about children into pedagogical tasks and joint development of adaptive strategy for education. This kind of transformation can be implemented by students within the framework of longitudinal strategy. It's a special kind of common joint activity between psychologists and teachers, so it's all about the development of flexible skills, and they can be used for further planning of lessons by psychologists and teachers. With the help of that, you can assess the effects of corrective impact used by the teachers in situations of frontal education in the classroom. Now I'd like to briefly show you the element of longitudinal scheme of cooperation at the stage of lesson design. So here you can see purposes, forecast, and the operational elements of our activity. I completely agree with Ms. Aloyina, who said that we have to ensure professional reflection to promote flexibility and changes of the educational program for children with limited abilities. So together, we can set the tasks related to the subject matter, and these are the tasks that can be resolved at this particular lesson for this particular child, for taking into account the community and the people around the child. Then forecast is about forecasting difficulties at different stages of a lesson. Teachers can see pedagogical difficulties that he or she is going to face. When the tasks are being fulfilled, in course of the activity at the lesson, there can also appear psychological difficulties related to the development of a child. To forecast the difficulties is an important part, and it has to be done with due regard to the individual indicators, dynamics in the behavior of children. The needs of children can be different, so you have to focus on your particular cases. And then when you go to the operational component in the adaptive strategy, and it's about choosing methods to provide new material, or maybe it's about the repetition of the previous material, how to develop well-observed tasks, how to set the tasks, what methods can be used in the course of pedagogical interaction, and how different organizational difficulties can be overcome for children. So we can preliminary understand what tasks need to be addressed at the lesson, and that will have to deal with the relation between social and educational aspects. So reflexy is required because it allows to build the methods of corrective activity, taking into account the hierarchy of difficulties of children, and it helps assess how the proposed rationalization will help resolve the tasks designed by psychologists and teachers. To sum it up, I want to say that we need to train psychologists and teachers able to communicate with children with disabilities. It's a difficult way, but it's also an exciting one. And we know that large-scale research is required today. This kind of research is made by the Institute of Corrective Pedagogics research institutions, Moscow State Psychological and Pedagogical Universities. All the research lead us to better understanding how we can ensure productive cooperation between psychologists and teachers. That will help include a child into the educational process, and then the high school will truly be a place where the knowledge can be, and I will be happy to answer your questions. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you for your presentation. I listened to it attentively. Dear colleagues, if you have any questions, I want to say something. The model developed by you will go hand in hand with the methodological construct of the inclusive practical field. When psychologists do not bring the child to another room, but when psychologists go to lessons. A big problem among psychologists is that psychologists don't know how the program looks like, what forms of educational activity needed. They do have some legs. So I was at the competition among psychologists, and I see that the psychologists truly have some deficits and lacks. So you spoke about the correlation between teachers and psychologists, and I think that this kind of connection is a wonderful instrument to have a binary lessons. When psychologists and teachers work together, they work with all the diversity of the needs of people in an inclusive class. I would, with pleasure, once again go back to your presentation from the point of view of methodological construction. So thank you very much for it. Thank you, Ms. Alohina. We are more than ready to integrate with you and we are ready to interact. So I think that it's possible to bring together different formats and approaches. It gives us an opportunity to move ahead with our inclusive practices. Dear colleagues, are there any questions to Tatiana?
Я не вижу поднятых рук, к большому сожалению, да, но мы в любом
No.
случае пойдем.
All right, let's move on. Now, as a moderator of a plenary session, I have to make sure that no one is left behind. Even if I don't see Yelena Zhukova, but she is here, and if she can hear me, I will be happy if she turns on the camera and the mic. Can you hear me? Yes, hello, we can hear you. All right, we can see and hear you. I'm so sorry that I didn't see you at the very beginning. Well, no problem. It was really pleasant for me to listen to the colleague of ours. All right, then I would like to introduce you. And if you have a presentation, you can share the screen. Well, I have a presentation, but it's not with me. Well, if it's not with you, then no problem. You can speak without a presentation. So I would like to hand over to Evgenia Zhukova, Deputy Head of the Scientific and Methodological Center for Competent and Disabled Children of the Ministry of Labor of Russia. She is also a medical psychologist from Russia. Evgenia Zhukova, functioning. All right, Evgenia, I hand over to you. Well, first of all, it was a pleasure for me to listen to the previous speakers. I'd like to tell you that my presentation is going to cover some of the issues already mentioned today. We also had a research performed. So Federal Law 281 guarantees that all the people with disabilities can receive all necessary rights and freedom, including the right to have education. You can go to slide 3, please. The analysis of disabilities among children demonstrates that the number of children with disabilities has grown starting from 2010. As for the 1st of August 2021, according to the data of the federal list of people with disabilities, the number of children with disabilities was 721,795 children, and started with 2010, this number of children has increased by more than 200,000 children. So among them, the leaders are those that have behavior disorders and mental disorders, accounting for 24%. The number of children with disabilities, with mental disabilities, was 283,503 children. 59% of them account 59% of them account for those with mental deficiency. A lot of them account for those with autistic spectrum disorders. So the number of children with disabilities grows all the time. That means that it's necessary to provide rehabilitation for such children. The draft concept for the development of comprehensive rehabilitation in Russia is being developed. The concept covers all the areas of rehabilitation, including social rehabilitation and such rehabilitation as psychological and educational rehabilitation. Currently, in Russian legislation, in the federal law, there is no such notion as psychological indication of rehabilitation. But if you pay attention to the draft law, there is a notion of psychological indication of rehabilitation with the help of psychological and educational support notion. The federal law is going to undergo some changes. Some changes will be introduced to it related to the notions and correlation between different notions we have, including issues related to education. One of the mechanisms for rehabilitation of children is the individual program of rehabilitation and habilitation. Slide 5. So the need for means to receive the education. So for grown-ups, these special activities related to professional education and general education. So you can see that 30% of them account for disabled people over 18 years old in 2019, and more than 96,000 account for disabled persons more than 18 years old in 2020. And as for the children with disabilities, the number of children with disabilities needing education grew from 62% in 2019 to 86% in 2020. And at the federal level, a lot of efforts are taken in order to regulate the education of children with psychological disorders. At the same time, currently, despite the fact that a lot of work is being done by our leading scientific organizations and resource centers, including the activity of nonprofit organizations, not all the children with mental disorders are covered by education. Out of 100 parents who underwent treatment, 42 parents said that their children receive education in educational institutions. Why do we have such a low percentage of children getting education among children with disabilities? Some of the children have severe mental disorders, and the parents said that not all the parents know that children with disabilities can actually get education. The majority of parents have no idea that there are individual pathways and how they can help. We had to raise awareness among parents about what it is and how it can be done. Some parents do not want to have a psychological, medical, and educational commission. They reject it, and many parents told me it is especially related to the regions of Russia, where parents told me that educational institutions are not ready to enroll children with mental disabilities due to the fact that such specialists are simply absent there.
All of this has very negative impact on their ability to get an education and then socialize and then get a job. Though there is this positive trend, the Medical Bureau for Social Expertise, they've made an analysis of disabled children located in specific institutions. It turned out that 98% of such educational institutions have proper recommendations. Those boarding schools have proper recommendations on the way they have to study there. So there is no gap there. And according to our monitoring, the majority of children at boarding school are included in the educational system. But there is still an unsolved problem of professional education of children with mental disability. So it's very hard for them to choose and find a job. And that's true. We don't really have any proper methodologies on how to help them find their way at the labor market. Because speaking frankly, the group of children with mental disabilities is very uneven, and even within one group, some children require approaches different from approaches that are needed for the other children. There should be developed a pool of program for every kind of kid like this, and there should be a pool of methodologies used to select a profession for a kid with disability. And I want to note here that, well, children with mental disabilities can't really select from a big variety of options here. Actually, the creative area is very suitable for them. Quite often, we see how children with mental disorders are very actively involved in creative, for example, theatrical groups, inclusive projects, some of them with the very, interesting names. And such kids are very good at being actors. Many social centers have reached out to build up a creative college. And after we analyzed the presented data, we actually figured out indeed all over the country there is this very acute problem. But on the other hand, well, there are contradictions in the legislative framework, meaning that children that are getting the education there, they will not get a diploma that would help them get a creative job, like, for example, an actor, a musician. So they won't really be up to professional standards of these professions, I would say. To be a real actor, you need a different kind of education. When these children are entering an educational institution, they're undergoing a number of exams with some creative tasks. For this group, though, we still do not have any list of exams for this group of people, for this population of children. We do not have any requirements for entrance exams for them. So, all in all, there is still a very acute problem in education of disabled children. What are the main ideas about what we can actually do about this? We have to give them more information about the way their kids can get an education. Also, we believe it should be obligatory to undergo a psychological commission for every kid with a mental disability, because, well, um, when they do not go to this commission, they don't really get the right to get an education. Also, the medical and scientific community shall work on, widening the spectrum of professions for further future employment of children and people with mental disabilities. Currently, that's the problem. That's a serious problem. We're now monitoring the whole situation, and we're trying to find new working places for uh, children and for people with autistic spectrum disorder. So far, we haven't got any data from many of regions, but from what we got right now, the situation is very bad. Basically, no one offers an employment to any person with autistic spectrum disorder, and there is no statistics of this kind of employment. We have statistical data on employment of disabled people, but there is no further classification of what kind of disabled people are employed and what aren't. There's no further classification, and even the major, category of people with mental disorders, that's the broadest one, and that is not enough. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you.
Предложениях. Очень коротко скажу, что Министерство культуры
Thank you for reducing the time of your speech. That was very specific. Thank you. I know that the Ministry of Culture has already developed certain recommendations for educational support of children with mental disorders, and we know that the legal framework might and will be amended. Well, at least that's what they say. And the second comment here. Federal Resource Center that is located in Moscow State Psychology and Pedagogical University, following the order of Ministry of Enlightenment, is monitoring kids with autistic spectrum disorder. That's an educational monitoring, right? Not the medical one. But nevertheless, still we have some data because many regions have these contracts with the Ministry of Education, and well, the work is being done. So I think we actually should organize a joint roundtable just, to get more information about children on the spectrum. Yes, we're now currently working with them as well. We've met with them, but so far they only gave us educational piece of information. And we would like to proceed with the employment. All right, thank you so much, Evgenia. Thank you. Thank you for statistics as always. I really enjoy statistics. We don't really have too much of statistics. Now it's a great pleasure for me to give the floor to the next speaker, Yelena Indenbaum. If you're here, Yelena, please speak up. Turn on your camera and microphone. I'm looking at time, and you're in Irkutsk, so it should be very late there. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you very much. Shall I put my presentation? Well, if you can, then yes, please do.
Такой прям плашка внизу. Сейчас
Я
сделаем.
просто ее отправляла, поэтому думала, что...
Запустили, все отлично.
Все, она
All right,
запустилась.
great. Now we have your presentation on the screen. Thank you very much. I have to introduce you though. So, Yelena Indenbaum, PsyD, professor and head of the Department of Complex Correction of Child Developmental Disabilities at the Federal Irkutsk State University. She's also the head of the master's program for psychological follow-up of inclusive education. She'll present on inclusive competence of a teacher being a resource for improving the quality of care for children with developmental disabilities. Thank you, please. Thank you once again. Hello to everyone. I welcome the participants of the Congress in our session, and I thank you for giving me the chance to speak. Inclusive competence. We've been talking about that many years ago. Currently, this is a real challenge for a pedagogical community. And I'm very pleased that we're discussing this at this forum because preservation of psychological health of teaching staff is a serious problem as it is. And if we bring here children with developmental disabilities, well, then the risk is increasing significantly for all the parties of the educational process. And of course, for the teachers, that's an increasing risk in the first place. We believe that inclusive competency can actually save us from that. Next slide.
Значит, представлено наше понимание
At this
содержания.
slide, you can see our understanding of inclusive competence. And we will talk a bit more in detail about that later. Now, let me explain like the key thing for us. We believe the children with developmental disabilities are even more successful in some areas of work than not disabled children. There is another problem though, a lack of interaction between all the participants.
К собственному психологическому благополучию и игнорирование начальных признаков отклонения в нем.
They ignoring the signs that they might have seen in the disabled people. Please, here you can see the structure of how we can see inclusive competence. This model is the result of our data analysis.
И, как вы видите, компоненты инклюзивной
As you
компетенции
can see, these components of inclusive competency are well interrelated between each other. And now I'm going to talk more in a detailed way about them. So, what is an adequate target setting? First and foremost, we have to remember that at our um, department, we have a lot of experience, and we have a lot of experience in analyzing of the educational level of different children. The level of cognitive activity of a kid with disability is usually lower than of a healthy kid. But generally, well, we do not want to state a fact. We want to make an object to understand how to work with it. When we understand what happened, we can give a context to it, meaning that if there is a kid of a lower level, we have to give them additional resources. This kid, for example, has to receive a very specific examples of the result, as well as a specific formulation of a target, for example. For example, within the curriculum of the whole class, this kid should receive an easier task with a more predictable result. So, of course, the kid on the spectrum, for example, could make a more complicated works, but the lexical and grammatical, for example, part of it should be easier. We shall consider and take into consideration their cognitive level. Thus, we will be able to give them tasks that they will be able to achieve. When the kids achieve the goals, then the teacher feels that there is a meaning in everything that they do. And then there is this educational process. We've used this approach in the development of our methodological materials and notebooks for first graders with disabilities. These working books can actually function, and such instruments can be developed in schools themselves. It's not really necessary to use any outsource. Tatiana Solovyova has published a lot on that topic. What else actually defines the adequate results? The typical dysfunctions usually prevent kid from completing a task. Of course, that's an obvious burden, but the existence of dysfunction shouldn't really be the reason to bring down the mark, for example, or the result. Unfortunately, quite often teachers cannot differentiate these kind of mistakes that children make and give them bad marks, and children become discouraged very easily. And of course, cooperation with profile specialists can help here as well. The way the kid reacts to some frustrating situations can actually be very different. Anyway, that is a very unpleasant emotional and behavioral reaction. Very often, a teacher interprets his reaction as disruption of the educational process, but one has to understand that actually this is corresponding to the level of a kid's emotional development, which is closely related to his cognitive functions, but still depends a lot from the situation right here, right now. A teacher of a general profile quite often uses verbal educational methods, which are quite often non-effective for children with disability. It's easier to use different ways to teach them how to regulate their behavior. And well, that's exactly what Natalia Babkina present here is working on. A teaching psychologist and therapist can actually be of a lot of help here. Besides some traditional ways to switch a kid from other kind of activity that can actually improve his emotional state, there are other plenty of pedagogical instruments and hints that can help to sustain that emotional well-being of a kid. But again, in order to use them, one has to properly interact with other profile specialists. We've talked a lot about the value of individual and personal results. And it would be great if a teacher would understand that every kid is different and their abilities and their achievement are very different and adequate to their cognitive levels. If parents work with profile specialists, well, it might be easier for them to understand what targets they should be setting for their kids. 4 years ago, we under the task given us by the Ministry of Education, we made an analysis and we understood that the teaching staff doesn't really have a lot of competence in the way they have to be working with children with disabilities. That is very important, and I can't stop repeating how important it is to cooperate with psychological specialists.
Чрезвычайно эффективно, многое уже мы обсуждали.
We've talked a lot already about this already. All those principles are well known.
Выполняемой деятельности должна озвучиваться не только педагогам, но и самим
Everything
ребенком.
that I'm saying here is not only applicable to teachers, but to all the parties of the educational process. You have to teach the kid to work here in the small groups. And of course, while here we remember Vygotsky. I want to note here that if they are able to organize this interaction step by step, the motivation will be there as well. And well, when they learn how to work with each other, well, they start achieving certain successes, but the educational environment should be properly organized. When we speak about this interaction between specialists, I want to quote Svetlana Alyokhina once again, who used to speak about joint semantic environment that is a good representation of the theories that we've been talking about. Of course, these special educational categories bring their own specifics, and the kid, or rather the teacher, is obliged to get this additional profession, I would say, the defectologist. So the solution of this goal actually contributes to the functioning of psychological consiliums. The productive interaction between different specialists were properly described by Valentina Tianova. The essence of that is not only in preparation and organization of joint classes, but in distribution into specific stages of their interaction that would end up in great analytics. I'm not gonna take too much of your time, so I will skip the descriptions over here and I will only pay your attention to the next fact.
It's very important to understand that there is equal responsibility for reaching the planned result. You should not compare this team with the management team. There is an approach to share responsibility in the team, and I don't think that this approach can be used here. But it's very important to specify the goals. Efficient functioning of the support team depends on the administration of the educational institution and involvement of participants. But of course, there are always people with clear individualistic features for whom it becomes problematic to acquire the inclusive competence. And then it's necessary to have a team because it helps us more efficiently cooperate with parents and resolve the conflicts at different levels, and to use the conflict as a resource to improve the situation. It can contribute to better results if it is well organized by a psychologist and a teacher. We believe that here are the main prerequisites for teachers. Teachers require psychological support. Positive attitude is based on an opportunity to change, and it's not related with cognitive protection. But unfortunately, it's the kind of a practical approach which is not so widely used. There are dozens of courses for further professional education for teachers working with children with disabilities, but unfortunately, if you check their curriculum, you don't see anything related to that. There are individual efficient ways to cooperate with children, but sometimes it all becomes a task of a teacher, and you can handle all the difficult above mentioned problems only if you have proper approaches. Plus, it requires efforts to emotionally accept the inevitable difficulties. As they say, you cannot change the weather, you just have to dress warmer. So it's necessary to develop additional skills and competencies. Next slide. Here you can see the criteria if the inclusive competence is reached by a teacher or not. If a child with limited abilities wants to go there, if the climate or atmosphere in a class is good, and if a child can understand the content of education, it means it is successful, and all other options mean that the program of education is not completely successful. To wrap up, we would like to demonstrate curriculum implemented at master degree called Psychological and Pedagogical Support in Inclusive Education. There are more and more students joining it from different pedagogical specialties, and we believe that the fact that students want to study for this master program is that they are ready to acquire inclusive competencies, and so discipline, social and cultural monitoring is given as a subject matter to all the students at pedagogical education. We have more than 300 students there. And during the course of this educational program, we are able to form the first component, which is proper goal setting. We work with other specialists, and we understand that interest to inclusive education grows, but there's a certain percentage of teachers that have a negative approach to it. This is the kind of reality that we have to take and accept, just like a bad weather. And perhaps, if it is possible, we should make sure that children with limited abilities do not study in classes of such teachers. Plus, we have other teachers, other parts of our curriculum related to specific features of children with limited abilities. Then you can see other courses. It takes 3 semesters to cover them, so it's about basic knowledge of psychological needs of children of different categories and the above mentioned of teamwork, and so on. So it is clear that such lessons should be performed in an interactive way and not in the form of lectures, but you know that because of pandemic sometimes it was not possible. Special education in inclusive conditions, that is the course which lasts for 3 semesters, and it's about various aspects of pedagogical activity. That is the second component of inclusive competence. Then Here you can see another course, which is education of the participants of inclusive educational process, which covers parents and teachers. In both cases, we consider the maintenance of favorable psychological environment, self-regulating issues, and everything related to mental health. And the last subject, diagnostics of psychological and social development, aimed at uh, coming up with diagnosis according to the methods developed by Mr. Korobeinikov, and it also provides measures to assess personal results of educational process. Now, the last slide, I just wanted to show you some of our publications. So here you can see some of the books which can be used for the training of master degree students. And I would like to underline once again the formation of inclusive competence has a difficult interdisciplinary nature, where it's necessary to pay attention to mental health and preservation of mental health and well-being. It is based on all of the above mentioned elements and teamwork. And if you want me to make a proposal, I think that the content of many further educational courses should focus on inclusive education aspects. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Yelena. I'm so happy to hear you. And thank you very much for sharing the sources of information, because one of my questions was where I can read all about it. As far as I understand that you have some of the publications on the topic. And the second thing important for me right now, we see that there is a new federal platform on inclusive competences of a classroom teacher. There is a task which is being formulated to develop the list of inclusive competencies for teachers and for homeroom teacher. It is related to the upbringing nature of school. So why do you think homeroom teachers or form masters have to develop such inclusive skills? And don't you think that the model developed by your group of experts can be used not only by teachers, but also for lead teachers or homeroom teachers? I believe yes, if only form master has inclusive competencies, I think it's not correct. To my mind, the best case scenario would be like that, but I'm not sure that the approach will be brought to life in the whole Russia. But there should be a coordinator on inclusive education that understands what it is about, because not all the form tutors know it. Yes, so coordinator, when you say coordinator, you mean in the educational establishment? Yes, a coordinator at school or in the educational establishment. We have been talking about it for a long time, and we could train this person. We could speak not only about different methods, and I told you that at our master degree, we can prepare such coordinators, but we can modify our educational system, and our master degree programs can take it, but coordinators are needed. Four masters are great, but you know, there are a lot of further education courses for teachers which are not efficient, or the effect is sometimes not so efficient as it should be. Thank you very much for sharing your resources. Thanks for your knowledge and your presentation. Once again, thank you very much. I'm so happy to see you. I'm sorry that I spoke longer than I should. Well, it's late in your city. Well, that's okay. No problem. Everything is okay. Everything is on time. Okay, great. All the best. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have to move on according to our agenda. We have two speakers left. I'm sure that we will manage to finish on time. And now I would like to introduce our colleague from Thailand. He has joined the conference. His name is Natanun Siriharoen from Thailand. I hope that I pronounce the name properly. Doctor of researcher of the Faculty of Communication Arts at the Huachu University, Thailand. We love this country. The floor is all yours. So please I would like to hand over to you.
I'm going to share my PowerPoint.
Коллеги, я должна сказать всем, кто нуждается.
Dear colleagues, if you need simultaneous interpretation from English into Russian, please don't forget to switch it on. Look at the bottom of the screen and you will see a globe sign. You can click on it, there's translation, and you can choose the channel that you need, either Russian or English. And if you click on Russian, you can hear translation from English into Russian. The presentation is called Knowledge about Prevention and Treatment of Mental Health Disorders in Children and Adolescents in the Digital Era.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, you can see my PowerPoint.
Yes, it's great.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here. Thank you, my chair and everyone. This is the first time for last year. I'm a Dr. Natanan, and you can call me Danny. It's easy to remember. Mr. Danny. Yeah. I'm a full-time teacher and teach at the Faculty of Communication Arts, Hua Xiao Chalerm Prakiat University, or SCU, Thailand. Yeah, and I work as a voice actor for many of the world's cartoon characters, such as Daffy Duck. Do you know him, Daffy Duck? Duck? In a 3D world, it's Sesame fans, something like that. Yeah, I translated to Thai language and Touch Money and Review is my voice in Thai voice. Smell good. In Thai language, honkin manale. Like that. That is Donald Duck. It's fun. It's good for mental health. It's good for our children and adolescents. It is artistic. Yeah. And I'm proud to present. Sorry, I'm proud to present. That is the good part. Yeah. Prevention and treatment of mental health problems in children and adolescents in the digital era. Yeah. For Mental Health Day in 2013 said, no health without mental health. There is no health without mental health. You agree that? I think. Yeah. Children and adolescents with poor mental health and exhibit psychiatric symptoms like stress, depression, irritability, recovery. Often they do poorly in school, yeah, like a bully in school, and become addicted to games or gambling or have sexual problems. Some of the reason behind mental illness can be drug use, depression, hormones, and other physical changes in adolescent. Abnormalities with neurotransmitter in the body, yeah. Neurological disorder, toxic substances, personality disorders, worry and attitude, social pressures are bringing. Next, the other has adopted the biomedical model. The biomedical model, mental health problems can be caused by both physical and emotional irregularities. Mental illness is an outward manifestation of a biological pathology and an individual's failure to adapt to the environment. Doctors caring for mentally ill patients or psychiatric patients began to pay more attention to abnormality in the brain nervous system that could be the cause of mental illness. Yeah, research showed that in the most cause, the illness could be traced to problem in the limbic system, the synapse system, the central nervous system, or lack or over abundance of certain neurotransmitter as well as particular genetic factors. The explanation that most mental illness is caused by biological factors has helped reduce the stigma of mental disease felt by patients and family members. Yeah, the others recommendations and conclusion to contribute to the body of knowledge about ways to prevent and treat mental health problems in the children and adolescents in the digital era are: number one, primary prevention applied to children at least of psychiatric disorders and those in the early stages. Preventive action include 1.1, training children how to solve problems and make appropriate choices and react constructively to various situations in everyday life. 1.2, teaching about living and normal physical development at every stage of life. Advise children about sexual development and romantic attachment and how to self-reliant and deal well with people in society. Number two, secondary prevention is about reducing the severity of mental health problems in the early stages. Parents, teachers like me, like all of us, and public health personnel have to have good relational and counseling skills to accept mental health problem and make diagnosis. Then they can help solve the problem appropriately before it gets more severe. Severe, yeah. And point two, point one. Face-to-face interaction, such as counseling at school or university, or in a hospital or community health center. 2.2, providing services for 24 hours. Anytime, anywhere counseling, such as telephone hotlines or website with live counselors who can answer questions, offer additional information or suggest solutions to problems for troubled adolescents. This can provide a channel for adolescents to vent and express their feelings. It can reduce stress and help them think beyond that of suicide. It's not good. We don't want that. Number three, tertiary prevention. It's really treatment to cure or alleviate mental health problems so that the young person can return to functioning normally in society and will not be a burden. It includes action to prevent recurrences of mental illness, rehabilitation, plans for long term. Yeah. 3.1, monitoring and long-term follow-up and mental illness patients. 3.2, cooperation from family members, teachers, and public health workers involved with mental health as well as other public and private sector organizations. If we want all our children and grandchildren to enjoy good health, we all need to work together all over the world. Yeah, mental health is very, very, very important. People with good mental health can adapt to the environment, happily study to the best of their abilities, live their life in a way that is beneficial to themselves and others, and be free from mental illness, even when they face various difficulties. People equipped with good mental health are resilient and can overcome adversity. And the cumulative effect is happier families, communities, and societies all over the world. Yeah, last but not least, I would like to thank you very much for the strong team. Dr. Natalia, President of the Union for Mental Health Russia, Dr. Olga, contact us, contact me and my wife, Vice President of the Union for Mental Health of Russia, Matthew. We test together. And everyone I didn't name, my share for today. And another very important person is my wife, Dr. Vararak, or Lucky. Yeah. You can remember her name, Lucky, Dr. Lucky. And please allow me, last but not least, please allow me. I want to share my information from my experience of teaching students for decades and has two sons in their teens, working age, has four granddaughters, and including two grandsons. Oh, a lot. I would like to add further to the way in which we can help prevent the mental illness of our children and adolescents. Adjusting our attitudes before emphasizing on ourselves, not to forget that our children or our grandchildren are mentally ill. If they could choose, they didn't want to be like this. Yeah, it is an illness that may have occurred since he was in his mother womb. Who know? Who know? Who know? It is a disorder that occurs for a number of reasons, such as a chemical distortion in the brain, getting poor quality food when they haven't been born, tobacco smoke, alcohol, factory toxin, cars, natural toxin, or even the strain of the mother or the family from economic problems, business problems, health problem of their parent, etc. Yeah. Therefore, if we understand and recognize the causes of these mental health problems, we will help each other heal the problems of our loved ones, or even ourselves with peace of mind and compassion. I firmly believe that we all want our loved ones to be happy and comfortable every day, although in reality it is quite difficult to do, but we must try to do it for the people we love and ourselves, our society, each of our nations, as well as in order for this world society to continue to live happily together. We don't want an accident where a mentally ill person commits suicide or harms others. We don't want that. We all want everyone to be conscious and aware of their own mental illness and not feel left out or taken advantage by those around us. When we want others to treat us well, we must treat others like that as well. The last, I would like to thank Russia for organizing this event. It's very, very good. Great. It's very great for mental health. This topic to point us to problem of mental health more seriously all around the world. I'm from Thailand, and I would have to be a part of helping to address the mental health of children and adolescents in any situation I can. And I promise to help others until I leave this world. I promise. And thank you for opportunity that I take it, that I get it today. Thank you very much for everyone. สวัสดีครับขอบคุณมากครับ Call me Danny from Thailand.
Капунка, Капунка Натану. Да, спасибо огромное. Переведите, пожалуйста,
All
его
right,
на
thank you so much. I kindly ask the interpreters to interpret that. Thank you very much for your presentation, for your passionate attitude. Thank you for being so emotional. That really refreshed us all. Thank you very much. Well, especially for your wallpaper back there, that the ocean back there really reminded us of the pre-COVID times. And we really remembered your beautiful, warm country. Thank you very much for the work that you do, because indeed the mental health problem is mental health preservation is very important for us. We've been talking a lot about this, and we think a lot about children with mental disorders and the way we can integrate them to a usual, regular educational environments, because that is exactly what inclusive education is about. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I see that we are really late, and here I have to apologize, I think. I'm sorry for not being good moderator. But still, even though we're late, running late, I don't think we will stop now, because we will have another very interesting presentation. With the great pleasure, I'd give the floor to Natalia Babkina. Are you here? Please turn on your microphone. Yes, I am here. I saw you at the beginning and then you disappeared. So, yes, I am here. Hello. Good afternoon. Good evening, rather. I am sorry. They told me I'm a bad moderator and that I have to introduce you properly. Saidi, assistant professor and head of the Laboratory of Education and Comprehensive Habilitation for Children with Mental Retardation at the Institute of Correctional Pedagogy at the Russian Academy of Education. Natalia will present on differentiation of psychological support for children with mental retardation in conditions of inclusion. Please, the floor is yours. Yes, indeed, that is the topic of my today's presentation, how to differentiate the psychological follow-up of children with mental retardation. Dear colleagues, I'm sure you know very well that children with mental disabilities, with mental retardation, is one of the biggest group of disabled children. And there might be different manifestations and different scenarios. Here at this slide, we can see statistics about the way these children with mental retardation are getting their education currently. So as you can see, from all the population of children with limited cognitive abilities, there are about 40% of children with mental developmental retardation. Have a look at the right part of this diagram. We see here the distribution of their educational forms, of the way these children are studying. It's easy to notice that children with mental retardation unfortunately do not receive proper education both at primary educational level and middle school as well. So these children mainly are studying within the inclusive environments. Dear colleagues, there were plenty of scientific studies and there is a lot of evidential data, all of that state that if there is an inclusive environment, then the variability of the educational programs for children with mental retardation has to be defined with their individual specifics. There are very there is a very wide range of their specifics, of their specific feature. There are children with mental retardation that are able to study with regular children and follow the regular curriculum with certain support. And on the other side of this spectrum, we have children who require a lot of help. This wide spectrum of educational requirements of children with mental retardation actually require the exact wide, the same width of spectrum of different educational programs and the way of their assessment. What is the most important component of the educational environment for these children with mental retardation? Well, of course, that's a psychological monitoring. That's what my presentation is about. Many complex studies implemented among children of this kind of studies, of this kind of children, have concluded that there are mainly three major groups of children with mental retardation. So slight, moderate, and expressed. These names were chosen only in order to properly differentiate and in order to make clearer distinctions for both professionals and this kid's parents. In this regard, I want to underline that this is not an official definition. These defined options, these defined examples of mental retardation are very different qualitatively and quantitatively. The whole disruption structure is very different. What might be the criteria of this differentiation of mental retardation? Well, you can see them on the slide. And these criteria include these basic characteristics: cognitive ability, thinking ability, communication, and the ability to learn. That psychological typology makes it possible for us to build a differentiated system of psychological monitoring for children with mental retardation studying at different educational environments, including in the special ones. So, psychological monitoring of children with mental retardation is seen as a consequent implementation of the major ways of professional psychological, considering the specifics of every kid with mental retardation. Dear colleagues, at this slide, you can see the main ways of diagnostics activities. The basic component here of psychological main development route of the psychological retardation. There is also the way to find out what's its compensatory abilities and what kind of help can be provided.
Мониторинг развития ребенка. Подробно о системе, комплексной системе психологического сопровождения
That
детей.
altogether brings us to the complex system of this psychological monitoring. That's the monograph that was published and dedicated to that conversation. Now let me illustrate how that differentiated medical psychological monitoring of children with mental retardation can actually look like. So we will, pair basic characteristics of their psychological ability with the support measures offered by the psychiatrist or psychologist in this monitoring system. Now we're talking about option A, children with mm, relevantly mild mental retardation. So these children can be recommended to study in the inclusive environment, just in the regular educational environment, but at the same time, some profile monitoring is required. So their behavior should be observed. The quality of their education to school environment should also be observed. And of course, these kids require psychological and pedagogical support. In this situation, kids offer different kinds of support. They receive help in understanding of their individual kinds of works of psychologists and psychiatrists that require additional work. The remaining is not as specific anyway. Every step of the way and every kind of psychological support presented at the previous slide is usually done with on the foundation of the major activities of the psychological monitoring, diagnostics, consultations, and things like that. And there is, of course, the way to correct the program for their support if we understand that there is a special. Anyway, the teacher, without proper psychological education, which is actually possible, we know how the inclusive education works these days. So as there is simply not enough knowledge, different options of what route we will select, selecting the minor group from the bigger group of kids with mental retardation, depending on this kind of retardation. So we select an option, and based on that foundation, we then proceed to develop the correctional and developmental activity of psychologist and the teacher. So based on that foundation, the psychologist is then building that cooperation with the teacher. We see in our real life that in that mass school, in the regular schools, we don't only have usual children without any disabilities, but we also have plenty of children with a certain level of mental retardation. And that means we have to build special educational conditions that would satisfy the needs of their special children from the very first year at school. At the same time, the content of that differentiated support from the psychologist should also be changed. Namely, when the kid when we have a kid with a very moderate support, with the moderate retardation, for example, we provide them support in conscious activities, in understanding of what should be done, in understanding the whole curriculum. We should help them to use the knowledge that they've actually received during their usual routine daily life. So it's all well interconnected, and it's all is a consequence of the educational activity. Next layer of the support is actually a consequence of the characteristics that demonstrates the specifics of their self-regulation.
Помощь во внешнем контроле, стимулирующие и организующие, в поддержании интересов,
To support their interest, we also have to always be there. Also,
и вы видите, что коммуникация оценивается как условие
we
учебной
always have to remember the level of their communicational development and their conscious development, their cognitive development. Usually, the kid is receiving that support in not only in the educational process, but also in communicational processes, because they usually need our help in communicating with other kids as well. And you see the number of asterisks here. Here you can see that red asterisk that define what the specific that the specialist should be doing, not in the like a usual routinary work, but within the group sessions of a minor number of children. So there are more of them. The teacher that is teaching a kid with mild and minor mental retardation should observe the requirements of the federal standard for primary education of children with mental retardation. This teacher should have a proper defectologist education or undergo a vocational training on that one, or at least have a postgrad. And here, well, we don't have enough programs to be offered to this teacher. Together with psychologists, a teacher should define the route for the next closest areas for the development of a kid. Madam Kuzmichova used to talk about this today. Together in cooperation, they will only be able to define what causes the biggest difficulty for this kid, and only together they will be able to select proper educational methods. Also, there is a certain difference in the support that the psychologist is offering to the parents of this kid. We talk a lot about this interaction between psychologists and parents, but here there is a certain difference. The psychologist is also teaching the parents the specific communicational um, approaches, like how to help this kid to behave properly, how to demonstrate them uh, the ways to, to remember something and use the knowledge in a daily living, in a daily life. So I'm trying to say the differentiation of psychological monitoring and follow-up is not only applicable to the relationship psychologist a kid, but also psychologist and a parent. These days, we've developed these projects of adapt drafts of adapted curriculums. So the biggest number of curriculums existed in the general education are now being adapted for children with mental retardation. And of course, this is now more adequate, and that includes psychological lectures and classes. The program of this curriculum is also using a module principles, and it's very flexible in its content, meaning that, well, we can change it if we need. Differentiation is starting when we already figure what the priorities actually are. Every module represents the system of interrelated studies.
В соответствии с направленностью соответствующего модуля. Я позволю себе не комментировать
I
этот
don't want to
слайд.
comment on this slide. And let's proceed probably to the conclusions already. And at the website of this, we do have published all the methodologies on this corrective course for the primary general education.
Российской Федерации, с ним можно ознакомиться. Уважаемые коллеги, да, вот я
Now
постараюсь
to the conclusions, dear colleagues. Well, I tried to be brief.
главные позиции, которые характеризуют дифференциацию.
Now, I try to outline you the main specifics of differentiation for psychological monitoring of kids with mental retardation. Now, I'm going to read the conclusions because I believe reading the conclusions is important. So, the content on psychological monitoring for children with mental retardation studying in an inclusive environment should be differentiated accordingly. The development of this exact kid and his or her educational needs. Only if we do this, there will be major chances of success achieved for education and social adaptation of this kind of kids. The subject for differentiated monitoring are not only kids and adolescents, but also their parents, teachers, and management of educational institutions. You're a hero.
Все очень правильно, потому что
Thank you. We are running very late, but there is nothing too bad about this because, well, it's worth discussing anyway. There are plenty of children with mental retardation, and it's very important that not only specialists are able to work with this kind of children. We have to somehow habilitate the usual teachers that are working with these kids. But what you're saying is very important to know, and we have to raise awareness among teachers working at just regular schools all over the country. This topic is very important, and we have to keep talking about this, and we have to promote these ideas among everybody. Dear colleagues, we've exhausted our agenda today. We've listened to everybody, and I believe that's the right thing. That's what we had to do. Even though we didn't have any kind of discussion, we actually almost made it in time, and we really um, made it to the end. That's very important because we don't really meet that often, and especially in these pandemic times. My sincere gratitude to the organizers of this International Congress. And thank you to the people who were here. Thank you very much. We can hear you. That's very nice of you to say. Thank you for making us stick to the timing. We were doing our best. Thank you.
Потому что все-таки мне кажется, что мы для этого именно и собираемся.
Now let me resume. Because, well, I have a feeling that we shall make certain conclusions here. It's becoming clearer to everybody through these dialogues that there is an urgent need to integrate not only educational institutions, but also the whole systems of knowledge. The general pedagogical knowledge should be integrated with the specialized medical knowledge. And only through doing this, we'll be able to achieve the inclusion goals. Even though we've, planted inclusion here in our Russian land, we're still lacking a lot of necessary conditions for that. And that, polylog of specialists from every area of our field. That polylog requires integration and mutual understanding. That's the main prerequisite for the inclusion to be a qualitative process. I'm sincerely grateful for this dialogue. Thank you very much. And I hope that is finally the end of it. Thank you very much.
До свидания.
Goodbye.